Good afternoon and welcome into WillBrattonWx. We are going to get right into things immediately here today. And I don't know why it keeps going to that screen by default. I need to switch that. But we're going to get into things immediately today because we do have a tornado on the ground in Beaver County, Oklahoma. This one's out near Elmwood, Clear Lake, just south of the town of Beaver itself, headed towards areas like Logan and Slapout. Awesome town names out there in Oklahoma. But we are back. We are here. We are live. We got a lot to discuss today and a lot to cover, as this storm is destructive tagged with softball-sized hail, so 4-inch hail. This is a dominant storm out here in clear air, at least for the time being. So we'll go ahead and pull a few more frames back. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, just outstanding work there from me, pushing the wrong button. But we're going to go back in time a little bit. We can watch this guy fire off out here near Turpin and Flores and Forgan and Beaver, and it's just going to make its way really quickly developing here. I mean, look at the hail core that we had on this thing at this timestamp. It was developing quickly, a heavily tilted, highly sheared environment. You can see that hook echo on radar just looking crazy, doing its thing. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground with this thing. Weather spotters have been able to confirm this. It's a very low precip supercell out there as well. We also have another tornado warning for Guernsey and Noble counties in in Ohio, excuse me. Where a little bit ago, yeah, we weren't seeing that bright banding going on, but the rotation has definitely broadened out a little bit, or quite a decent bit, honestly, out near Byesville, Pleasant City, Senecaville, and towards areas like Sarahsville, Summerfield, Batesville, maybe Quaker City. All out here in Ohio. So for where we're at, we're in eastern Ohio out here at the moment. And then we have another destructive severe thunderstorm warning in the Oklahoma Panhandle for Cimarron County. And this one is tagged for baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. And it might be... It's not... Yeah, there's some very broad upper level rotation going on with this one. We are looking at around 12 to 13,000 feet in the air when we look at this storm. So tough to get a good visual on it. But one we can get a good visual on is our potential tornado producing, our current tornado producing storm, excuse me, which we are only looking at around 6,500 feet. Which isn't ideal, but man, that rotation's tight. Some of these scans have come back pretty ridiculous, seeing gate-to-gate velocity couplet looking at around, I don't know, 130 almost. Got Calamity Jess in the chat saying, I've been binge watching BBC earthquake coverage. Time for a tornado break. Yeah, that's reasonable. We are just now getting things going out here. I just got back from the license office, so otherwise we would have been live about an hour ago. Had to try and get home quickly with my new license plates. They have gone ahead and shrunken down this destructive severe thunderstorm warning a bit as this storm continues to move to the southeast. And yeah, even from the Dodge City radar, you can see at around 20,000 feet, that broad rotation is still there. But again, this is really high in the air that we're looking at this storm. We can get a little bit of a better picture from the Amarillo radar, where we're only looking at around 12 to 13,000 feet as opposed to 20. Of course, that's still much higher than we would want to see. We ideally want to get a picture of this thing in the bottom 4,000 feet or so. Those are our main two concerning storms outside of this one over here in eastern Ohio, which could easily recycle itself. And it looks like we don't have our velocity product coming in yet on the latest scan. We'll see what happens with that in a second here. But this storm, the rotation is definitely broadened out here, just south of Cambridge here in Ohio, eastern Ohio, near Byesville as well. And there's that next scan where you can see that rotation possibly trying to get going again right near Pleasant City and Buffalo. So we could definitely see this one try to re-intensify. We're only looking at less than 7,000 feet here with this one. So we're going to watch it pretty closely. Of course, our confirmed tornado on the ground is in Beaver County, Oklahoma right now, where that couplet just looks pretty strong. At the mid-levels, we are seeing some pretty strong values coming through here, looking like VROTs of around 50 knots, so close to 60 miles per hour. So that's pretty powerful stuff there. All right, we are starting to settle in a little bit here. We're going to continue to monitor this supercell out in open space, as I need to quickly push out a couple of announcements that we are live. Again, I'm just now getting back home here, so there is picture coming out from Jason Cooley out there. So I am seeing anyway of this tornado. Just a nice little cone tornado. Doesn't look to be a super powerful tornado yet. It could get there. That's what it is. PA. Okay. All right. I apologize. We're still getting comfortable in the seat here. Give me just a minute. So I continue to work through a couple of things I got to push out. All right. So we are going to continue to stay with this guy. It looks like we might have a second couplet trying to form here, potentially, where we could potentially see twins out of this. That's not outside of the realm of possibility here. So we're definitely going to keep a close eye on this. Interesting. Yeah, we kind of see this, the main updraft weakened a lot. We could see this secondary updraft take over, but it's possible that we could have seen brief twins. Okay. My bearings are starting to become gathered. Out in Ohio, they did lift that tornado warning. So we are down to just one tornado warning on the map for Beaver County, Oklahoma. This is still a destructive tag severe thunderstorm, by the way, but they have downgraded it from 4-inch hail, so a softball size hail, down to 3-inch hail. So that's just larger than baseballs. Braden says, my legs. I don't know if I know the context of what's happening with your legs. Out north of Boise City and near Castaneda, we still have that mid-level rotation present with this destructive tag supercell as well. This one is tagged for baseball-sized hail, though that threat looks to be weakening a little bit. All right, so again, we do have a tornado on the ground out here in Beaver County, Illinois, or at least as of a few minutes ago we did. That was 7 minutes ago, the last time it was confirmed. I feel you, Braden. I've got to play in a charity game on Monday. Or not in a charity game. It's a media match on Monday that I'll be playing in. And I haven't really gotten much physical activity. I need to like go on a run or two before that night or before that day. I didn't think about that in my schedule too. So we probably won't have a broadcast on that Monday. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing all right tonight and is staying weather aware. Our forecast this morning was solid. Not the best work we've ever done. Definitely nowhere near the worst. We have been downgraded now, again, to 2-inch hail, I believe, at least within the tornado warning polygon. We'll take a look at that hail core here. And yeah, you can still see it. It's a pretty highly sheared environment. And there's that bounded weak echo region showing up. Trying to see if we have a second one that wants to show up here as well. Looks like probably just the one. And it's not exactly bounded anymore. It's actually just off the ground here, it looks like. Now, we did just get another tornado warning out in Ohio. So this is for Belmont, Guernsey, Monroe, and Noble counties. This is the same cell from earlier. It does look to have recycled itself. There's some broad rotation going on in the cell just adjacent to it near Barnesville and what is that, Somerton. But our main concern is just north of Sarahsville, northwest of Summerfield, headed right in that direction. So headed towards areas like Summerfield, Louisville, Woodsfield, Miltonsburg, Malaga, Stafford, Graysville, Antioch. So this is definitely a concerning tornado warning down here. We're not horribly far from the radar. We're at about 7,000 feet. So strong mid-level rotation, good inflow here. I don't know if we've got any spotters out in this direction. I doubt it. Looks like we don't. A couple maybe headed that way now. So 2 tornado warnings ongoing. One with a confirmed tornado. This one's going to be just south of Clear Lake and near Logan, just west of Slapout. As it looks like that new updraft has fully taken over here near Logan. And the old one is just southwest of Clear Lake. Looks to be kind of embedded into the storm right now. Is what during the day or night? As I believe that is my father in the chat there. If you're talking about I'm assuming, I guess you're probably talking about the media match. I actually don't know what time that is. I can look. Give me 1 minute. I know it's on June 29th. Seeing if I can find it. It looks like it is from 1:30. It's like midday. So it starts at around 1:30 p.m., I believe. So that's what we're looking at. Lorian out in the chat. Hello, Lorian. Lorian is currently watching from the Netherlands. And she's on a trip out there. I hope everything is doing all right, or everything is going all right out there in Holland. So this is, again, a confirmed tornado on the ground just west of Slapout, just west of Logan. Last confirmed on the ground was 12 minutes ago, though. So it probably did lift, at least briefly. Blake. All right, that tornado warning has just been downgraded. So we do still have a strong rotating updraft, and that's this new updraft that's taken over near Logan, just west of Slapout. Again, we're in Beaver County, Oklahoma. So no confirmed tornado on the ground. At the moment, anyway. Lauren's gonna let me put her to sleep, I guess. I don't know if I should be honored or if I should feel slightly insulted. Out here near Boise City and Conrad, we do still have broad rotation ongoing. That destructive severe thunderstorm warning is going to be allowed to expire, as they have extended a considerable severe thunderstorm warning downstream of it. So that one's going to be out there for Cimarron County as well, or Cimarron. Cimarron. And let's check in on our tornado warning out in Belmont, Guernsey, Monroe, and Noble counties in Ohio here, as this one looked like it was tightening up and trying to make something happen. And that rotation has weakened a little bit. Over the last scan or two. And again, there are really 3 different little areas of rotation out here in eastern Ohio, where we have our main couplet. Well, I don't like using yellow. Let's go with white. Magenta. I don't know. We'll stick with white. Regardless, we have a concerning couplet down here just southwest of Batesville. Another one that's more broad, not quite as concerning right now, out just east of Barnesville, and then near Cambridge, another as well. And the only one that's looking particularly concerning right this second is just southwest of Batesville or north of Summerfield. And that is where our tornado warning is, but we could see another tornado warning get put in place here soon. All these other cells nearby are much younger, so they will have more time to mature and potentially get going. Going back down to Beaver County, Oklahoma, with our formerly confirmed tornado warning. We still have a pretty solid rotation with the new updraft that has taken over here. It's nothing crazy, but it's definitely still rotating at the mid-levels, so we have one clear dominant updraft within this supercell. We did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in New Mexico. So that's for Bernalillo and Cibola counties. This one is probably, yeah, okay, so this is just tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is kind of like a downburst type of situation, it looks like, as these storms are dissipating now. And yeah, as they dissipate, that mass has got to go straight down into the surface, and so you're just going to see some pretty crazy winds with these. That's what it's tagged for right in this little pocket here. These are 60-plus mile-per-hour winds sustained at around 1,100 feet, so pretty low. So this is not a threat in terms of hail or tornadoes, but straight-line wind damage for sure. Back to Beaver County, though. Out near Logan, this cell is definitely reorganizing itself as we speak. So in a few scans, it could become, it could be ready to put down a tornado again. From the Pittsburgh radar, we can see that down near Batesville, that rotation has really weakened a decent amount. The hook morphology is still there. But this is a new tornado warning that was placed, replacing the old tornado warning, which is allowed to expire / removed. Again, we do have a hail core going on here as well. Probably some hail falling out in Batesville. It is tagged with 1 3/4 inch hail. Back down to Logan out in Beaver County, Oklahoma. Let's go ahead and see what this storm is trending like over the last few scans. Let's pull a few more scans back. So we had a pretty strong couplet that formed here just north of Elmwood. And as this thing continued to the southeast, we had a tornado confirmed. There's a cone tornado. And then we saw this new updraft begin to form. Right around this frame was where you could really start to see that new updraft forming there. And as we went forward in time, right as it crossed the interstate, that new updraft is fully taken over now. And you can see the remnants of the old one here, very, very weak near Clear Lake. So still tightening up a little bit near Logan, out in Beaver County, Oklahoma. All right, jumping back over to Ohio, we'll check in on this guy over here, just near Batesville. As it looks like it might try to reorganize a little bit here. Now, this would be its third attempt in the last few minutes. Yeah, it does look like it is trying to reorganize here. And this is just southwest of Batesville, headed towards areas like Louisville, Woodsfield, and Miltonsburg. Now, the Storm Prediction Center did go ahead and upgrade to an enhanced 3 out of 5 risk down here in Oklahoma and clipping the Texas Panhandle and southern Kansas, but mostly out here for northwestern Oklahoma. So that is where our primary concern is going to be for that wind damage. You can see it doesn't exactly align with the tornado probabilistic outlook. So I can put those back and forth. And that is mostly because that enhanced is driven primarily by the wind risk. As you can see here, there is a SIG 1 30% risk for wind damage as things begin to form a MCS. So it looks like we just got another extension of this tornado warning out in Oklahoma. So we're going to take a look at that really quickly. Yeah, we did just get an extension on that tornado warning. So this is now going to include part of Lipscomb County as well. And that is Texas. Just clipping into Lipscomb County in Texas. They have a little supercell of their own that is trying to get organized down near Perryton, which has some upper level rotation going on. See if we can get a better picture from the Amarillo radar. Not really. Yeah, it's just a little too far away from the Amarillo radar. just because of where we're getting some of that bright banding going on. That is just an artifact of the freezing layer. Yeah, things near Logan definitely look to be trending back up a little bit, although the latest scan is slightly weaker in terms of its signature. Back in Boise City, they did go ahead and upgrade that downstream severe thunderstorm warning that was considerable tagged to a destructive tag. So this one is going to be tagged for 3-inch hail. That is just larger than baseball-sized hail. So very, very large hailstones falling out of the sky. So if you're out there in Cimarron County, definitely make sure that you are paying close attention to that one. Where else do we have anything worth looking at? I want to try and primarily stay with these tornado warnings that we have on the map right now. And we can keep going back and forth between Ohio and Oklahoma all day. Now, down here near Batesville again, I think this one is going to try and get organized here, as this tiny little cell out here near Sarahsville could act as a nudger for this RFD to pinch off that inflow, enhance that inflow as well. And at that point, we would see enhanced rotation and the potential for a tornado around that point. So this one's definitely within the realm of possibility to watch it uptrend. So we're going to stay closely watching that. Back down in Beaver and Lipscomb counties for Oklahoma and just that part of Texas there. The cell near Logan has still got that rotation. They have it tagged as moving east at 32 knots, so that's around 35 miles per hour. We did just get another tornado warning for Columbiana in Ohio. So that's just west of Lisbon, just north of, what is that? Minerva, I guess. Interesting. That one doesn't look super impressive on radar. It was radar indicated rotation. I wonder if I need to look at it from a different radar unit. Try Cleveland. Ah, okay. So I need to look at it from the Cleveland radar, I reckon. So that one's got pretty good mid-level flow. This is only around 4,200 feet. So definitely a worthy tornado warning here. This one's going to be headed towards areas like Winona, East Rochester, Hanoverton, Lisbon, West Point, Elkton, Rogers, all out here in Ohio. So this is now still in eastern Ohio. Both of these tornado warnings are out here in eastern Ohio. So this is what we're watching for the moment. Hello, Isaac. Oh. Brady Harris is in the chat. Stormcat 5. A very well-known name in the community. Good to see you, my friend. How are you? Are you not live? I thought you would be live for an event like this. Or if you're doing live coverage. I haven't been able to look deeply into what your new project is doing. All right, our storm down in Batesville, Ohio, where I talked about... Wait, hang on. I'm just not looking from the right radar unit. I was like, this thing looks really strangely evolving here. Yeah, okay, so it's definitely trying to reorganize itself. Now, that tornado warning is still warranted. You can see that this inflow could get pinched off here as it heads towards Woodsfield, and at that point, we could see a tornado get put down. So this is definitely one to watch as it's headed towards a pretty populated town of Woodsfield out here in Colorado. I keep trying to say Colorado. Ohio. Not Colorado. We are in Ohio, eastern Ohio. A quick zoom out on the map to show you where we are exactly in case you don't trust me. That's where we're at. Mr. Brady Harris, Stormcat 5, has said, keep up the good work, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Isaac in the chat saying, I'm guessing that they've switched from observed to radar indicated because it's too rain wrapped to tell. I'm assuming you're talking about the tornado warning down in Beaver County in Oklahoma, which is still ongoing and still concerning. I don't think that we would have a confirmed tornado at this point. It wouldn't stand out like that to me because we are still seeing this couplet recycle. So remember what I said a moment ago as we watched the new updraft take over the old one. So there's a brief moment here where twins could have been possible. The original tornado was back here, just west of Clear Lake, and that new updraft near Logan formed and completely took over. As we can see the old updraft having that stronger velocity couplet and then really falling off, and now the new updraft near Logan has fully taken over. So I don't think we're going to have a tornado at this point. The original one most certainly occluded. So we're seeing a recycle near Logan and Slapout headed eventually towards Catesby or Catesby. And then up in Ohio, we do still have 2 tornado warnings ongoing. One of them is for Columbiana County, and the other one's for Belmont, Monroe, and Noble counties. Isaac saying it's recycling right now, right? At least that's what I'm gathering. Yep, it is recycling because a new updraft has taken over. Yeah, okay. Let's try the Cleveland radar. So that rotation near East Rochester it's there. It's not super impressive, but it is there. And we could see a tornado produced out of this. It's a very small supercell right near East Rochester in Minerva, headed towards Hanoverton and eventually towards Lisbon, Elkton, and West Point. So we will stay with this one. The one down south near Belmont, Monroe, and Noble counties. Check in on this guy as it looks like it's broadening out a bit. So that inflow did appear to get occluded. So that one's kind of fallen apart as it's headed towards Woodsfield, which is good because that's a pretty populated area. Yeah. Not looking super impressive there. Down in Oklahoma, of course, the cell is still recycling. It could get itself going at any point. It doesn't look unbelievably impressive right now, but you can see that it's got that clean inflow going on. Now, when we look at composite reflectivity here, you can see that there is a large kind of anvil out ahead of this thing, which could limit that inflow just a little bit, associated with any winds in that overhanging anvil. It's not a major concern. The larger concern is, I mean, most certainly going to be any of this other convection interacting with it if they are able to kind of unzip the line and touch there. So that would be detrimental for this storm, which is what we want, of course. We want the storm to fall apart. Yeah, rotation still very much there. Inflow region still very much there. RFD occlusion not happening yet. This one is still recycling here. Okay. We are still balling out here just south of Slapout, as it's definitely looking a little better on the latest velocity scan. So again, we're going to continue with that one. I just went to the same cell. Checking back in on what's going on here in Ohio. Yeah, our storm near Woodsfield, Louisville, Miltonsburg, and Malaga is most certainly broadened out. This tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire. It's got 9 minutes left. Near East Rochester, we've still got some inflow established there. It looks better at the mid-levels from the point of view of the Cleveland radar here than it does at the lowest level that we can see, which is from the Pittsburgh radar here. But the rotation's most certainly there. And here's a look at all of Ohio and what's going on out there right now. We do have various little bits of convection firing off near Cleveland and all the way back almost as far to the southwest as Columbus, from relative to Cleveland anyway. We have a little supercell going on west of Lisbon. That's our tornado warning. And then we have another tornado warning that'll be allowed to expire soon just south of Barnesville, southeast of Cambridge. Other cells beginning to fire off around Ohio as well. We could still see the risk for some tornadic development really anywhere throughout this. Well, that's not particularly a good circle. You know what? I shouldn't be a caveman. We have technology. This is our own website, as here is where our primary risk for tornadoes is going to lie, as issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It really wouldn't surprise me either to see an isolated tornado possibly towards Toledo or Detroit. So that's something to watch for as well. But not really a significant concern for tornadoes up in this area tonight. Just a couple are most certainly possible, though. So yeah, that's what we're looking at. We're going to go back to Oklahoma to Beaver and Lipscomb counties down here, where our recycling supercell is really trying to get itself going. Now, that destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been reduced all the way to a regular severe thunderstorm warning, as the hail threat associated with this storm has dissipated a decent amount. We'll see that when you look at this volumetric scan. You see a lot of those magentas have completely fallen out of the storm, whereas it's not going to let me go back in time, will it? That's okay. But a little while ago, there's a lot more magenta in there, basically. So a lot of that updraft is probably weakened a little bit, or at least that's a result of the new updraft taking over and the old updraft completely falling apart. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning just to the southwest of our tornado warned storm. This one's in the northernmost portion of Texas, just south of the Oklahoma panhandle, as we're not getting... There we go. As this one does have some broad rotation at around 8,000 feet. And it is headed towards the town of Lipscomb itself, right there. So it's got some inflow, and we could see this one do something as well with time. So we'll keep a close eye on it, but it is currently tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 3/4 inch hail. We do still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is now tagged for softball-sized hail, impacting areas like Conrad, Boise City, south of Keys, and Burton, just north of Carrick, west of Texoma. So this is definitely one to keep a close eye on here. Unfortunately, we can't get a look at the lower levels of it, but we can take a 3D scan of... Oh, okay. I guess we can't. What happened? Is this just the Amarillo radar doesn't want to give me this data, or what's going on here? Okay, the Amarillo radar may be stuck. I don't know what was going on with the Amarillo radar there. But yeah, there is still broad rotation at the upper levels. It is powerful, but again, we are 19,000 feet in the air. So this rotation doesn't really mean anything about the low levels and whether or not it can produce a tornado. What it does tell us is that we're seeing these magentas 20,000 feet in the air. This is a very powerful updraft that could be producing some extremely large, potentially giant hail. We're getting some of those giant targets near the tropopause. That's really impressive. There is some sort of a boundary that is set up near Enid out here. So it'll be really interesting to see how storms interact with this boundary if they can remain discrete as they come towards the east. So we could definitely see some enhanced rotation happen with some of these storms. So definitely a lot of concern for some mesoscale factors contributing to a more elevated strong tornado threat than even was initially proposed. Whole lot of mesoscale features going on out here. They did just issue a downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That one's tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds as well as 1.5 inch hail, which is ping pong ball sized. As the rotation is definitely weakened a little bit near slap out as this thing still tries to recycle. My guess is part of that is due to the interference it's getting in its inflow with some of that contaminated air. And yeah, just kind of a lack of a nudger as well for the time being, which is sometimes a good thing for the storm. In this case, it's not ideal because it's trying to recycle. But that rotation is still there. That tornado warning is worthwhile. It's got 32 minutes remaining. It's tagged for 2.5 inch hail, but again, it's probably only producing about golf ball sized hail at most. Right this second, anyway. We do have a little, quite the thunderstorm pushing throughout eastern Oklahoma here. Interesting. This one's just east of Tulsa, and it's going towards areas like Holbert, Lost City, Moody's, and Scraper, and Tahlequah, Zeb as well, eventually towards Welling and Eldon. We're going to check in on Ohio. One of those tornado warnings was lifted. It was the southernmost one, which we talked about, probably needing to be lifted. And now we can see a little bit of a better picture from the Pittsburgh radar here, as that rotation has definitely made its way to the lower levels right near Hanoverton. So this storm is definitely concerning in terms of the potential to put down a tornado pretty soon here. From the Cleveland radar, we can take a look at that and see what it's seeing. It doesn't actually, it looks not quite as impressive from the Cleveland radar now as relative to what it did before. We do have a terminal radar that's in range, where that rotation is still there at the low levels. It's just not a very tight couplet. And this is a really, really small thunderstorm. So yeah, a worthwhile tornado warning here, but if it tightens up at the lowest levels, it could easily put down a tornado really at any second in theory. All right, back to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning in the Oklahoma Panhandle. This one is near Conrad and Carrick, leaving the Boise City area now. And man, this is so impressive, this storm. I mean, this thing has some giant hail probably going on here. That's really impressive stuff. So this is around 9,000 feet. We're still getting DBZs above 70 here. So some very large targets getting reflecting energy back towards the radar. Out near, whoa. Is this thing trying to... It also looks like it's trying to get rotating pretty good here. Just headed into Carrick right now, crossing the state line. So we could have quite the concerning supercell out here near Conrad and Carrick. Could become tornadic. It is also tagged with 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is nuts. That is actually insane. This is a very powerful storm out here. Hitting Conrad right now, about to hit Carrick, just leaving the Boise City area out here in the Oklahoma Panhandle. All right, back into Columbiana County in Ohio. This storm near Hanoverton is still doing its thing. It looks like it's about to have its inflow completely cut off by the Summitville cell. So that'll likely kill it, essentially, in terms of the tornado risk. So if it is going to produce a tornado, it's probably going to be pretty brief, and it's going to be right over in this area within the next couple of minutes before that inflow gets occluded by the storm coming out of Summitville. Yeah, and you can see that gap getting closed by the second. Back into Oklahoma, that tornado warning polygon has just been shrunken down. Still including both Beaver and Lipscomb counties, just clipping Lipscomb County in Texas. As this one is headed towards Catesby. I see Weather Wisdom in the chat. Hello, how you doing? How you doing? This supercell out here near Conrad and Carrick is still looking quite concerning to me, though. As, again, we are looking somewhat high in the atmosphere, a little bit elevated here, around 8,000 feet, but it's got some pretty strong rotation at 8,000 feet. Now, it looks like the rotation down near Catesby has weakened a decent amount on the last two scans. So we could be seeing this storm end near the end of its tornadic life cycle for the moment. As the tornado warning it's in still has 26 minutes left. It's definitely going to move out of that polygon before 26 minutes passes. And then we still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning just to the southwest of it. There's some rotation at around 11,000 feet. It's not impressive, though, at all. This one's probably going to be more of a hail producer than anything else. It is tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball-sized hail. So that is what the National Weather Service thinks as well. We're going to check in on the Ohio storm, as I do think it is about to occlude. So we'll keep checking in on it. As, yeah, that rotation is, again, it's still there for a moment, but probably by the next radar scan, if not one more from then, that rotation is definitely going to be gone. So right over Hanoverton, we could see a tornado get squeezed out, and it would be pretty brief right now, essentially, just east of Hanoverton, or just north of Summitville. So if we were going to get a tornado squeezed out, it'd probably be right in this area within the next, minute or two. And then from there, it's probably going to completely occlude. So this tornado warning still has 40 minutes remaining. It's not going to last that long, though. We did just get a new tornado warning down in Cimarron County, Oklahoma, as well as getting into Texas, Dahlem, and Sherman counties. So this is the rotation we were just talking about a minute ago on the destructive warned severe thunderstorm. Or destructive tagged severe thunderstorm warning, I should say. And this one is radar indicated rotation, tennis ball sized hail tagged as well. So this one's headed down through Carrick towards Mallet and Stratford. And this is right at the Texas-Oklahoma border of the Oklahoma Panhandle. And apparently there was just lightning detected 2 miles from my location. What's going on out here in St. Louis? That's something. Got some storms going on in my area. Nothing crazy. Adrian in the chat, how you doing? We do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings out in Montana that are worth taking a quick look at. This one's going to be tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and inch-sized hail. Nothing crazy. It's out there in Carbon County, Montana. Also in Montana, we have Liberty County, as well as Blaines, Choteau, and Hill counties. So that's these two thunderstorms up here. The one just north of Eagleton tagged for some hail, and the one south of Chester tagged for some hail as well. Nothing crazy. We did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here in Oklahoma. So that's for this new cell that's trying to fire off near Guyman and Goodwell. So that is a pretty brand new cell here. It could easily get smashed into by the cell near Conrad and Carrick. Now, what you can see on this one is a little bit of a 3-body scatter spike here. So definitely a hail spike. So most certainly some hail within that one. At around 13,000 feet, we're definitely seeing hail come into contact with the radar beam. So again, this one is tagged for that 2-inch hail. So that could cause a little bit of damage. Back into Columbiana County, Ohio. And that occlusion has pretty much happened here. So if we are going to get a tornado, it would be like right this second. And we may have. Or was that there a moment ago? It's possible that we have a tornado just west of Lisbon right now in Ohio. And if we do, this is going to be pretty brief. Okay, I don't get the latest scan yet. That's annoying. That's not right. Yeah, if we did have a tornado, it's probably already gone now and was very brief. In general, I'm not really seeing much of a threat at all anymore, just west of Lisbon. And they have gone ahead and shrunken down that tornado warning just a tiny bit. That one is still including Columbiana County. Back into Oklahoma. We're still watching the storm near Carrick headed towards Mallet, the newer tornado warning that we've got. That does have that strong mid-level rotation. And it's also got some possibly giant hail in there. Plus 90-mile-per-hour winds, which is nothing to sneeze at. And then our former confirmed tornado that was trying to recycle near Logan, that rotation has weakened a little bit. It's still there. And this one's right near Catesby. It's just clipped into Texas. Ever so slightly there. And it's going to be headed back into Oklahoma in this general direction. Towards areas like Gage or Fargo. Oop, wrong one. Okay, so the cell near Lisbon, it did ingest some rotation as a result of that merge that just happened here. So it does have a new area of rotation near Lisbon headed towards Elkton. So definitely worth keeping that warning active now, seeing the way this is playing out. So that one's going to continue off towards the east, towards Elkton and Rogers. Out in this direction. So there's your velocity couplet. It's nothing super impressive, but it is there. It's also some small hail getting produced in there as well. This tornado warning is tagged for 1.25 inch hail, which is what they call that $half sized hail is what they call it. Looking back towards Carrick, again, this is still a pretty juicy hail producer at the very least. Towering updraft here with some very large targets getting lofted high into the atmosphere. And you can also see that bounded weak echo region in the volumetric scan. That's pretty cool. You don't see that every day. You can see that rainbow right there. That's pretty cool stuff. It looks like a cave, essentially. I guess that's kind of more or less what it is in some regard. But yeah, you can see that cave right there. Very cool stuff. Just here, 120 in the chat saying, hi, Will, new to the channel. Should I be concerned in north central Kentucky tonight? Hearing a lot of thunder and Sunday was rough. I'm not really that concerned about, about Kentucky this evening. But checking in that general vicinity right now, south of Cincinnati, we do have a cell ongoing near Falmouth, near Butler as well, which doesn't look terribly threatening right this moment. But yeah, you'll probably get some storms out there in north central Kentucky, but probably nothing crazy. We did just get another destructive severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for this. Interesting. I'm not okay. On this storm out here in Cimarron County in Oklahoma, which is interesting. They issued it pretty much overlapping the other one. I guess they're going to probably remove this one that expires in 16 minutes. But this one is still tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds as well as baseball-sized hail. All radar indicated. And it's also tornado warned. So quite the supercell ongoing out here north of Mallet and right near Carrick. All right. Looking back to our tornado warning right over Lisbon and headed towards Elkton, that rotation that was ingested is still there. I'm pretty surprised that that survived. I mean, this happens sometimes. It's not unusual, but in this situation, I did not expect that rotation to get ingested and an updraft to survive here. But we've got one in Lisbon headed towards Elkton and Rogers. It's going to continue to the east. So if you're in that tornado warning, make sure that you're taking it seriously. Lowest floor and interior-most room of a building, a sturdy structure, if you can get to one. Storm shelter, if you've got that, is even better. Of course, always go to the storm shelter if you've got one. Man. We got grays and whites and browns getting thrown into the mix. Super high in the atmosphere. This is a very vicious hail core here at this point. Most certainly capable of producing baseball-sized hail. So right over Carrick, if you're just north of town in Carrick right now, you are probably getting slammed with, looks like a snowstorm. Baseball is falling out of the sky. We do have some updated personal news here. I will show in just a second. Oh, I guess I can't do that because I'm live, I guess. Well, we hit 600 subscribers. That's what I was about to say. So thank you to everybody who has stopped in and subscribed. I really appreciate that. 600 subscribers is a small step for man and a large step for mankind. As our tornado warning is now, or our couplet, I should say, is just south of Catesby. There is some bright banding going on. It's hard to see, but it is right there, just about to cross back into Oklahoma, south of Catesby. And it is still a good bit weaker than it was earlier. So it's not looking quite as concerning now. There are 13 minutes remaining on that tornado warning, and it's probably not going to last that long, as they'll need a new downstream tornado warning within a minute here as it moves out of the polygon. As there's that couplet, just barely within that polygon. At the upper levels here at around 17,000 feet, we do have quite the velocity couplet going on there in the middle of this storm, just north of Mallet. Again, you have a tilted updraft, so that is not indicative of where the surface rotation would be if you had a tornado. But it does look like this rotation is not as robust now. It's kind of falling apart a little bit. So we could see this thing potentially become downdraft dominant and dump a crazy amount of hail as it moves through Carrick and towards Mallet. It's not moving anywhere quick, I'll tell you that much. So definitely a concerning cell. Back up in Columbiana County, Ohio, near Lisbon. That rotation has broadened out, but also increased in magnitude a little bit, which is interesting to see. Nothing indicating that we would have a tornado on the ground right now, but this tornado warning is still worth taking seriously for sure. Near Lisbon, headed towards Elkton and Rogers. And when I say worth taking seriously, I want to preface that by saying you should take every single tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service seriously. And treat it as if there is a tornado on the ground, because one day there might be. And you don't want to be caught lacking in that moment. Just a monstrous hail core here. Just an absolutely vicious looking hail core. You're told as a kid about it's raining cats and dogs. If you're in this storm, it's dropping cat and dog sized ice out of the sky. Not actually. I'm being a little dramatic, but you're getting baseballs dropped out of the sky, which is ridiculous. We do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning on the supercell nearby. As we did have our tornado warning for our previous supercell that had a confirmed tornado, the one near Catesby, that one was just lifted. So our tornado warning there is gone, at least for the time being. We could see this storm near Follett and Magoon come out this direction and again pinch off that inflow, resulting in a little bit of a notch with an embedded tornado in a cluster of thunderstorms there. So that's something that we're going to watch as it heads towards areas like Gage or Fargo, just into the Oklahoma state line. So we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. Back in Columbiana County, though, that rotation is trying to tighten back up again, just north of Elkton, headed towards Rogers. So still a very valuable tornado warning here. And they did just go ahead and shrink that one down. Again, this one has been fully combined to Columbiana County this entire time. So it is still only including Columbiana County, but they have gotten rid of the warning from including a couple of towns like Winona and Hanoverton. Whoops. I will say out here in Texas, there are plenty of boundaries all over the place, it appears. I mean, boundaries left and right. So plenty of mesoscale features for these storms to interact with. Back in Oklahoma, there was another boundary, that I was seeing up this way. And this one could really pose a concern. If a supercell can latch onto that boundary, it could be business time out here in north central Oklahoma. So that is one that we will need to watch very closely as storms approach it. My greatest area for concern of tornadoes is going to be throughout this area here. I am slightly surprised that we've seen a couple of supercells get going the way they did as far west as the Oklahoma Panhandle. That was not in my original forecast. A couple of my friends had targets out there and mentioned their concerns for that area. But me personally, I didn't see that threat as looking like we could get a tornado out of it. However, we did. We did get at least one tornado and another tornado warned cell. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here near Albuquerque. And this is going to be for wind. So 70-mile-per-hour winds, radar indicated here. As you can see, those screaming hot velocity couplet or velocity values here. And we're looking really low, less than 500 feet here. Seeing up to 50 miles per hour, maybe even 55 miles per hour maintained. So very, very strong winds coming out associated with this collapsing thunderstorm, as you tend to see with some of those elevated thunderstorms in New Mexico. That does happen a lot. We are getting closer and closer to the Amarillo radar. And that couplet is starting to tighten back up here at the mid-levels. So at around 8,500 feet or so. Definitely not looking at anywhere near the surface yet, but this is tightening up a little bit again. So this tornado warning should be maintained for the time being. And then back to Columbiana County. The next scan, it's still there. Yeah, definitely still there. This one's headed right towards Rogers. And here's what that rotation looks like, by the way. Green means towards the radar. Red means away from the radar. So when you get arrows going like that, what you're seeing is rotation that looks like this. So right over Rogers, or headed right into Rogers, I should say, and maybe just north of Elkton. We have quite a few considerable severe thunderstorm warnings on the map. We have 7, and then 2 destructive as well. Plus 2 tornado warnings, 3 considerable flash flood warnings. We have 1 in Indiana for Gibson County. There's nothing going on there now. And County Emergency Management has reported flash flooding in and around Princeton in Indiana. In Utah, for Sevier County, we have a small considerable flash flood warning, which still has quite some time left. And this is near the Monroe Canyon burn scar. And then we have the other one was actually just, or the one in Indiana was just lifted, or at least lowered. And then down here near Page in Arizona, this is for Coconino County. We have another flash flood warning, or a considerable flash flood warning. And this one's around the Antelope Creek Basin. All right, back to Ohio for our tornado warning here in Lisbon. Still near Rogers. And it is still trending all right, where we could definitely see a tornado get slapped down here. I'm not seeing anything that would indicate that we have a tornado on the ground by any stretch in terms of radar indication. And then our rotating couplet just north of Mallet is definitely trying to reorganize a little bit. The latest scan is looking the best. So we definitely could have a tornado trying to get going near north of Mallet and Stratford. And this is just northeast of Carrick. Really like due east of Carrick. Calamity just saying, I never remember which color is which for velocity. Is there some saying or easy way to remember? I guess the easiest way that I could think of off the top of my head, I don't have a weird fancy way to remember anything, but green is commonly associated with good. And in terms of a tornado, it needs inflow, which comes towards the tornado, of course, or towards the updraft, right? So green goes towards the radar as a result. That's the direction the wind is blowing there. That's the best thing I could think of off the top of my head. But I guess have it memorized. I don't really, I don't know. I don't really have any predisposed vast knowledge of a cool like acronym or anything like that. One thing that is, somewhat easy to look for is that if you have a rotation and you want to know which way to draw the arrows, unless you're looking at a left mover or some anomalous situation, you're always cyclonic, right? In the northern hemisphere. So you're counterclockwise here. So you just draw your arrows so that they turn counterclockwise. And there you go. There's your rotation. Yeah, this is definitely ramping up out here near Carrick. So one to watch. Back in Columbiana County, near Lisbon. Still watching this one as well. It's headed towards Rogers. And in fact, it looks like it's broadening out a little bit again. So this one might be weakening out, beginning to fizzle out. So my primary concern is definitely the cell north of Mallet right now, near Carrick. And again, we are, I'll zoom out and show you roughly where we're at. We are in the Oklahoma Panhandle and just beginning to clip into northern Texas here. All of these supercells, if any of them can stay discrete, are going to pose our most significant risks for tornadic development here. And especially as they move towards the east. Anywhere really out in this area is a greater concern for some of that tornadic development. And of course, like I mentioned before, we have an outflow boundary that is set up, or some sort of boundary anyway, that is set up here in northern Oklahoma. So this is definitely something that can play a factor in our supercells. If any of them can latch onto that boundary, we could see an enhanced risk for one of those storms to become supercellular in nature. The cluster of thunderstorms headed southeast away from Tulsa is now tagged with a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It is also tornado possible tagged, as there is some rotation in there. It's nothing crazy, but there is definitely some rotation there. And they did just actually go ahead and tornado warn that. And again, it's nothing crazy, but it is actually so low level. I didn't realize how close we were to the Tulsa radar here. So this is actually only at around less than 2,000 feet. So actually definitely worthy of a warning for sure. Should have looked at that before I said that. But yeah, definitely worthy of a warning here. And we did just get one. So this is for Cherokee County in Oklahoma. And our tornado warning back for Lisbon has been lifted. So in Ohio, we have no tornado warnings on the map now. So we have two tornado warnings, one right along the Texas and Oklahoma border, and then another one out just southeast of Tulsa in Cherokee County. This one's headed towards areas like Park Hill, Woodall, Zeb, Keys, Pettit, Tenkiller, Welling, Tahlequah. Out towards this direction. And yeah, you can definitely see that couplet is most certainly there. And it is intensifying with every single radar scan. Yeah. So this is definitely what we're looking at. And if we were going to see a tornado, it would be probably right around this area, just north of Woodall. And it would probably be rain wrapped behind the I would emphatically assume that there's a shelf cloud out ahead of this, especially with the outflow boundary that it's putting out. So there's probably a big shelf cloud out ahead of this. And if I turn on composite reflectivity, you'll probably see some green that fills in the gap there. Yeah, a little bit of green filling in the gap between our white line there and the edge of the storm at the lowest levels. So yeah, this one's definitely a concern out here for Cherokee County and Oklahoma. Our destructive severe thunderstorm warning was lowered to a considerable. So we have no destructive severe thunderstorm warnings on the map, but we do have 6 different considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in place right this minute. The couplet just north of Mallet has downtrended just a little bit, but it is still definitely threatening. And that is for Cimarron, Texas, Dahlem, and Sherman counties across Oklahoma and Texas there. And let's see. There is a very slight secondary area of rotation near Scraper and Moody's that is trying to form. So that's definitely something to watch as well on the north side of this cluster of storms. And that rotation is downtrended on the latest scan near Woodall, Zeb, and Park Hill. So that's good news. But we will continue to watch this closely. Again, we are just southeast of Tulsa right now. Here's a little bit of context. There's Tulsa. So we are not far away from Tulsa here. Ugh, big stretch. All right. Looks like our tornado warning was shrunken down a little bit just north of Stratford. So it has been maintained for the time being. And that rotation has gotten stronger yet again, just north of Mallet here. Yeah, so it is a very, very tight and strong couplet at the upper levels. That's at 17,000 feet we're looking at. It is kind of in a radar hole here, unfortunately. Yeah, at around 8,000 feet, it's tight and fast there as well. The latest scan, we are getting VROTs of 45 or so. 45. All right. So yeah, just 2 tornado warnings on the map right now, both in Oklahoma for Cherokee, Cimarron, Texas, and Sherman counties. And of course, we are clipping into Texas here with this one. So I believe that is Sherman County. That is clipped down here where Stratford is. There are plenty of outflow boundaries set up all over the place in northern Texas here where any of these storms could interact with them and try to get something going. But I'm not really worried about storms in the North Texas area quite as much as I am headed into the Kansas-Oklahoma border over the next around 2 hours or so is how much time that we have left. Maybe 3 hours before things start to completely fall apart. So we are going to stay with all of this until about 9 p.m. I will be exiting broadcast at around then. So sit back and enjoy the show. We got a while to spend together, another 3 hours plus, unless things really die off. We just got another tornado warning out here in Lipscomb. So this is Hemphill and Lipscomb counties in Texas here. As we did, this cell really just reorganized itself quickly. This may not be a long-lived tornado threat due to the convection just to the south. So this could eventually merge here, and we could see an embedded tornado threat within this line of storms. And then we could also see this become the leading edge of our Boeing segment here, surrounding the MCS that's going to begin to continue propagating east. So we will have all of these storms eventually pushing off in that direction. It's like the world's worst arrow. Everything's going to eventually push off to the east, and we will have some sort of a line of thunderstorms that will be pushing there as well. And any cells that can fire off ahead of that line and remain discrete will have the greatest chance at producing a tornado, especially a strong tornado or two, more along the Oklahoma and Kansas border out in this area here. Let's check in on the storm near Tulsa. This is still tornado warned, and the main area of rotation has really fallen apart, but there is that S shape that I talk about all the time here, where we could easily get some tornadic development out of that. So we could get one or even potentially multiple spin up tornadoes there. They probably wouldn't be very strong, but tornadoes nonetheless. And that is headed towards areas like Keys, Pettit, 10 Killer, eventually towards Dry Creek and Rocky Mountain, and Welling as well. And it's leaving Tahlequah or Tahlequah. So yeah, 3 tornado warnings on the map, 2 in Oklahoma, 1 in Texas, or I guess 2.5 in Texas, or 1.5 in Texas. Definitely a decently tight couplet here at around 9,000 feet. Nothing crazy. I'm assuming this was radar indicated. Yeah, radar indicated rotation. It's also tagged for golf ball size tail. Nothing to turn your nose at. Yeah, we're most likely going to see the development of this cluster of thunderstorms. That's going to be the primary concern, the primary concern with that cluster of thunderstorms is going to be wind damage. And for a little bit of reference, here's kind of what I'm talking about. The Storm Prediction Center has that area marked specifically for wind damage. So we are expecting storms to cluster up in that area and begin to push off to the east. But anything that can stay ahead of those storms will have the greatest chance to produce a tornado, which is why we're looking mostly up here for anything that can remain kind of ahead of this cluster of thunderstorms. So here's your cluster of thunderstorms here, and here's the area where you could see a tornado or two, potentially one that could be strong with an isolated supercell, if any can form and survive out there. Because the environment is pretty favorable. It is a pretty heavily sheared environment. We have good elongated and curved photographs, nothing super, super crazy, but they are there. What is that? What am I looking at right now? I'm gonna take a quick trip. Um, there isn't even anything going on up there to look at. This has got to be old. This image that I'm seeing. Never mind. We're not gonna take a trip up there. We're gonna stay with our tornado warnings down here. Now, one of them was just lifted. We just lost our tornado warning near Texahoma, which is good news, as that one has really fallen apart. So that supercell is probably going to begin to dissipate, and our main concern is going to shift to this cluster of thunderstorms and anything that can develop ahead of it. So we're down to 2 tornado warnings. We still have the one in Texas and the one southeast of Tulsa, where a tornado is most certainly still possible, especially out near Park Hill and Welling. And then for Hemphill and Lipscomb counties, down here in Texas, this is where we've got a concern going as well. We've been looking at this storm for a little bit here, and it does look to have broadened out a little bit, and that inflow is probably going to get occluded here. Again, that inflow most likely going to get occluded, and we're going to see that cluster of thunderstorms continue to develop and become more of an MCS slash MCV type of situation with that localized surface low that these things will eventually spin around. And there it is. That inflow has now been occluded. And so I would expect this velocity couplet to weaken here significantly over the next few minutes. So we'll continue to watch it. This is, again, a tornado warning out here for Hemphill and Lipscomb counties in Texas. And we still have Cherokee County in Oklahoma in a warning as well, where this one doesn't look to be quite as threatening as it was earlier. The possibility of an embedded tornado is still possible. There's probably a big shelf cloud out ahead of this, so if we did get a tornado, it would probably be wrapped in behind there. Got a question saying, what's the difference between an MCS and an MCV? That's a good question. So an MCS is just a cluster of thunderstorms, a mesoscale convective system. But an MCV is basically an MCS or some group of thunderstorms that is rotating around a surface low, essentially. So a lot of times you'll have a cluster of thunderstorms over here, and then some more thunderstorms developing back here that are much weaker, where these are your strong thunderstorms there. And the ones that are back here behind it are much weaker and are moving in a weird direction. They're like kind of rotating around this low pressure system. But the low pressure system itself will continue to move off in whatever direction it's going. In this case, it's moving out towards the Ozarks. So that is the difference there. Our tornado warning in Cherokee County was just lifted, by the way. So we're down to 1 tornado warning, which may also get lifted soon, as that rotation has really fallen apart at the mid-levels here at around 8,000 feet. So we may be down to 0 tornado warnings on the map in a short period of time. But our threat is nowhere near done. We are just getting rolling tonight. This was some pre-setup convection that I wasn't exactly expecting today. You're welcome for explaining. That is what I am here for. Our job as meteorologists is not to make you scared of the weather or get you hyped up about watching tornadoes. Our job is to communicate the risks effectively to make sure that everyone can stay safe and make good, intelligent, and informed decisions surrounding the weather. So I'm always happy to explain things as best as I can to help the general understanding. The sad reality is that the vast majority of the public in the United States, and there's surveys on this. This is not my opinion. This is the result of surveying. The majority of the public has the equivalent of a second grade education on science, specifically on science, not in general, but specifically on science. So a lot of people are very unfamiliar with science, and they have a lack of trust in meteorologists and scientists in general. So if I can communicate effectively with the public and help them make good, informed decisions, as a result, I can help improve the trust that the public has in scientists and help people stay safe. That's the end goal. So again, rotation definitely weakening out here. This tornado warning will probably get lifted soon near Glacier and Coburn, eventually towards Higgins. Now, the threat at this point is going to shift with this cluster of storms into a wind threat and possibly some embedded hail as well. But the wind threat is definitely going to ramp up as things continue to move out in this direction. Back into Oklahoma here. A handful of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings tagged for 60 and 70 mile per hour winds down here with these storms. And again, I think that threat is only going to increase a little bit. I like seeing cool little random radar artifacts like this sometimes show up. I honestly don't know exactly what causes this one. I know a lot about radar artifacts and what causes some of them. This one, I really have no idea. And this is from the Amarillo radar. So one possibility is that this is residual data coming back to the radar, just backscatter coming back to the radar from storms that are really far away. And it's coming back to the radar late and showing up on a subsequent scan from when the beam was sent. So essentially, the radar sends some pulse out in this direction, and when it hits the edge of what we use in the radar, it doesn't just magically stop. That beam keeps going, and it could eventually hit the top of a storm way off in the distance, like a state or two away, and then come back all the way later. And the radar thinks it's coming back from a later beam. And so you can get some weird artifacts like that sometimes. I don't think that's the case with this. I really don't know what this is, to be honest with you. Some cool radar artifact stuff going on, though. Just north of Albuquerque, we do still have this severe thunderstorm warning for wind. This is tagged for 60 mile per hour wind. Something worth paying attention to. It was tagged for 70 mile per hour wind earlier as it was looking a lot stronger. So again, this is our only tornado warning on the map right now. And it's out here for Lipscomb County as well as Hemphill counties in Texas. And I am expecting this one to probably... Whoa, hang on a minute. Maybe not. Okay, we might be getting some rotation trying to reestablish itself on the back end of this tornado warning. So we probably will see this warning continue throughout its lifespan. It's got 25 minutes remaining, and this thing is not moving anywhere quick. It's moving at 15 miles an hour towards Coburn. So that's definitely something interesting to watch. But we are expecting things to really cluster up and turn into a cluster of thunderstorms here a little bit later on. And again, we're going to be broadcasting until 9 p.m. Central Time tonight. So we got another just under 3 hours to go, and we're only an hour and a half in. So make sure that you get yourself a snack and have a seat with us here tonight. Interesting. It looks like maybe that MCV is starting to form maybe around here where these storms are starting to kind of take on this south to eventually southwesterly trajectory here. And some of these are going to follow like this. Or actually, that would not make any sense because that is backwards. They would be going the other direction. We would be going this way. So never mind. hold that thought. MCV, not there right now. Sometimes you got to check yourself in this field. Okay, so rotation ramping right back up here near Lipscomb. So we do have rotation getting amplified a little bit just southwest of Lipscomb and pretty much due west of Higgins out here. And this is in Lipscomb and Hemphill counties in Texas, really just Lipscomb County. So we will continue to stay with this one. It's got 23 minutes left on the warning. We do have a very small convective discussion here that I'm just now seeing. And it is for the Beaver County storm, which is over here near Texoma. It looks to be falling apart. Interesting. Yeah. So I just kind of read through that a little bit. And basically, there is some sort of a boundary set up over in this area up here in the panhandle. And they were expecting the storm to potentially ride along that boundary as it continues off to the east. But because it began to move more to the southeast, things kind of fell apart with it. So that's definitely interesting. So that storm is definitely going to begin to fall apart. We do have tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts now tagged for Mendota. This is out here in Hemphill, Lipscomb, and Ochiltree counties, as well as Roberts County here in Texas. There is some rotation there as well. It's broad, not anything impressive, but it is there. It's kind of hard to tell with the bright banding, though. We did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Wyoming. This is for this line of thunderstorms, which is one of the main risks that we were expecting up into Wyoming today, which is that wind risk. So this is just a giant line of thunderstorms pushing out towards Cheyenne and eventually the Nebraska Panhandle. So this is going to be tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail as well. It may be tornado possible tagged. It is not. I'm guessing that means it's pretty elevated, because you have a lot of that bowing where you could see the potential for a little spin up tornado action. I have no idea how elevated this storm is, though. If it is pretty elevated, then the risk for a tornado is pretty much zero with it. Ooh. Okay. Adrian has been kind enough to send in some observations for me. So that's nice. I do have, as a result, confirmation that our MCV has set up. So I'll draw it out. And it is kind of where I thought it was, ish. It's pretty much surrounding this storm, which is probably why this storm out here that formerly produced a tornado is, or I'm sorry, this is actually the former storm from Beaver. Or maybe rather it's like this one over here. But the storm near Stratford that came out of Boise City, that one kind of sat in the middle of this low. And I think that's why it's not moving anywhere, as the surface winds are coming into this low like this. Whoa. So that's what we're looking at here. So there's your MCS system that is going to set up. And again, this this line of thunderstorms here is got those surface winds that are coming out of the south east into it. So kind of looking like this. And this entire thing, I'll just go ahead and circle it in pink. This whole thing is just going to continue to move off in this direction, where that leading cluster of thunderstorms is going to pose the risk for widespread damaging winds, and anything that can fire out ahead of it. So if we get some cells that fire off out ahead of this line, those are going to pose the greatest risk for the isolated strong tornado that we've talked about a couple of times. Our tornado warning down here near Lipscomb has again weakened a little bit. It is still cycling. It is still there, most certainly, at around 8,000 to 9,000 feet. The tornado warning itself has 18 minutes remaining on it. You can see these towering updrafts with some hail going on here. This is near Mendota in Texas as well. This is down here in Hemphill County, I reckon. All right. We do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is about to expire. They've issued another one that surrounds it. So that one is going to last for another 50 minutes about. Tagged for 70-mile-per-hour wind and some small hail. We are beginning to get nearer to a new radar. Still too far away, though. That one's got a 0.5 tilt angle, and we are a little bit of a radar hole. Very interesting. This is kind of cool. This is a product. It's just a lightning probability product. Random. I don't really ever use it. It's a derived. Some sort of a derived product. I assume is using echo tops, and that's probably it, to be honest with you. Maybe it's using CC or ZDR to look at if there's any ice up in the air. That's about all I can think of. All right. Again, just one tornado warning on the map right now. Back towards Ohio, we don't have anything going on at the moment. No severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings or anything like that. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out in Mississippi, right near the Alabama border. So this is out here near Enterprise, just south of Meridian. And nothing super crazy going on here. It's probably a wind risk, I would guess. 60-mile-per-hour winds, most likely. Yeah, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So a wind producer going through areas like Quitman and DeSoto. Back to our tornado warning, though. It's still there. It's still not looking like anything crazy southwest of Lipscomb, but it is still there, and probably worthwhile to let this warning ride out with only 14 minutes remaining. The former considerable severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this cluster of thunderstorms has expired. Now, I will say none of this stuff has been moving quickly at all. And I'll go ahead and pull some older frames, but it's going to speed up a little bit later as it begins to propagate east with the low pressure system at the surface that's going to begin to move off in that direction. So you can see these storms have not really moved far or quickly, and they've really stalled out lately. kind of right along the border of Texas and Oklahoma. They've kind of stalled out. And that's not going to last for terribly long, though. We are going to see all of these. Oh my gosh, not the blue. We are going to see all of these storms begin to propagate off to the east. So, yeah, well, we're going to stay with them. We are, of course, staying with them. We have nowhere else to go. So, a couple of considerable flash flood warnings out in Arizona right now. This one's out here in Cochise County for Benson, where we've got, just some flash flooding going on. Coconino County as well in Arizona. This one is along the Monroe Canyon. And that one is reported. And then in Utah for Sevier County. Oh, excuse me. That's what I was just looking at. The Monroe Canyon. I was going to say, I thought that looked familiar. That one's in Utah for Sevier County. Down in Arizona, in Coconino County, this is the one that is over the Antelope Creek Basin. And flash flooding is expected to begin shortly, if it's not already ongoing. Up in Wyoming, we do still have this windbag pushing through Chugwater and eventually towards Cheyenne. So 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with this one, as well as some small hail. And then with our main tornado warning, or our only tornado warning, our main event right this second, that is definitely broadening out a little bit for the time being, at least. So tornado threat definitely lowering a little bit near Glacier and Coburn, south of Lipscomb. Yeah, that looks to be kind of falling apart here. So that's good news. We might be down to one tornado or 0 tornado warnings in a few minutes here. This only has 12 minutes remaining. We'll see if the National Weather Service opts to keep it for its life cycle. Excuse me. We do still have what appears to be a possible inflow notch. We know surface winds are going basically due north. So this could definitely be an inflow notch here, just northwest of Gageby. So that one is one to watch as well for the potential for some tornadic development. It does have a juicy hail core going on. And you can see in the bottom, some of those silvers just sneaking in there. Nothing crazy, but a powerful hail core there as well. This one is tagged destructive for 3-inch hail. So yeah, we are looking at larger than baseball sized hail now with this storm. Plus 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that is our only destructive severe thunderstorm warning on the map right now. It's for Hemphill and Roberts counties in Texas. And then Hemphill and Lipscomb counties are encompassed by the tornado warning, where things are appear to be weakening a little bit. Oh, everything wants to be in a radar hole the last week or so. I don't know what it is about that, but everything really just wants to be in a radar hole. But it is what it is. What can you do? There really ought to be another radar placed like right in Texoma, honestly. It would be very useful. You could say in Clayton could be valuable as well. There's a lot of places on the map where we need more radars. That is the number one thing that can be done to improve meteorology, is getting more weather balloons fired off and more radar units put up. It's not even close. For those who haven't seen charts like this is kind of what I'm referencing here. This is from the National Weather Service here, where anywhere that you're seeing orange or blue is not ideal. And that's right where we're at. So there's a little area of orange/blue right where we are at right now. So yeah, at the moment, one tornado warning out here for Hemphill and Lipscomb County, one destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Hemphill and Roberts counties here in Texas as well, and then a handful of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, including Ellis and Woodward counties in Oklahoma. Our tornado warning was just lifted. Okay, so we have 0 tornado warnings now. Back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning. In Wyoming, we have Albany, Goshen, Laramie, and Platte counties. In Oklahoma, we have Ellis and Woodward counties. In Colorado, I didn't see this one in Colorado. We have Pueblo and Huerfano counties. I didn't see this. I don't know what's going on here with this guy. It's got a little bit of rotation just south of Cedarwood. It's not impressive in terms of the rotation. This is not far south of Pueblo at all. This is definitely a hail producer. 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds here. It is radar indicated. We'll get a snapshot of that hail core here. A very tilted updraft with this one. So it's definitely got a little bit of upper level support. But we are down to 0 tornado warnings for the time being. I am expecting the tornado threat to ramp up over the next hour about. We're not long from it. Any cells that can fire off ahead of this cluster of thunderstorms are going to be in that area most favorable for some tornadoes. So just to give you a visual example here, this is the area of concern. Maybe not quite that far north, but something like this. Where our greatest area of concern is going to be for a possible strong tornado. Again, we're looking for anything that will fire off ahead of this cluster of thunderstorms and propagate kind of to the northeast ahead of that cluster. So that is where our concern is going to be. But right now, we have no tornado warnings on the map. And that is a heck of a hail core, too. Whole lot of business going on out here. Take a little cross section, and you can see that bounded weak echo region. So a rotating updraft definitely present out here. You can see that rainbow. So most certainly something to pay attention to. And this is just north of Gageby here, where we do have a rotating updraft producing some large hail and could become tornadic. And the storm is tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds and 3-inch hail. So that is larger than baseball-sized hail coming out of the sky. All right, we did just get a tornado warning for a little spin-up tornado out in Laramie County in Wyoming here. So this is what I talked about a minute ago. I didn't know how elevated these storms were to see what the risk really would be. But we do see that low-level rotation most certainly in there. And it is possible that we have a small tornado on the ground right now, just northwest of Federal. So we do have a tornado warning active now in Wyoming. So we're going to stay with this one for a moment here. And it's headed right towards Cheyenne. In general, this whole line of thunderstorms is tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds, so it's one that we have to pay close attention to as well. Okay. So that rotation has definitely weakened a little bit. It looked really good on this scan. But it has definitely weakened just a little bit. Again, this is a brief spin up tornado type of threat here. This is not a strong tornado threat here in Wyoming. All right, next scan is in. Yeah, definitely looks like that threat is already beginning to weaken a little bit out here in Laramie County in Wyoming. So it's headed right towards Cheyenne. Still a concerning tornado warning, though. So if you're in Laramie County, especially in Federal, definitely make sure that you are in a storm shelter, some sort of a sturdy structure, as quickly as you can get there. Yeah, right. So right, pretty much about over Federal at this point here is what we are looking at here in Wyoming. Again, just northwest of Cheyenne. And we're still keeping tabs on our storms out in Texas and Oklahoma. Down in Hemphill and Roberts County, again, our destructive severe thunderstorm warning is still underway. Go ahead and check in on it, where there is some very weak mid-level rotation just north of Gageby. But this is not a concerning storm in terms of a tornado threat right this second. And we do have a quite the hail core going on here as well. So could be seeing some large to very large hail up to 3 inches, so larger than baseball, falling out of the sky here with these storms. All right, back to our tornado warning here in Laramie County and near Federal, where that rotation has definitely broadened out a little bit. We could still see a brief tornado spawn near Federal here. So if you're in Laramie County, still got to take it seriously. Regardless, you're probably going to get slammed with 70-mile-per-hour winds, whether or not you do get a brief tornado in that area. Areas like Horse Creek are probably just getting drilled. I mean, you can see these velocities at 1,000 feet are coming in around 60 miles an hour sustained. So, yeah. Still ongoing out here near Federal, headed towards Cheyenne, the capital of Wyoming. A nice town. Enjoyed staying there when we drove through. All right, let's go back down to Oklahoma, where our destructive severe thunderstorm warning was lifted on the Gageby storm. Okay. I was just going to say, I would assume they're going to put a new considerable one on there, and they just did. So we do have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning on that storm now. And that one is tagged for 2.5-inch hail. So that is tennis ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on there as well. Back to our tornado warning, which is just now blowing through Federal. It's definitely possible that we still could get a tornado out of this. Right in this area here. And it's headed right towards Cheyenne. Now, if we do have a tornado, it's probably, what have I done? Did not want to go with multiple panels there. If we have a tornado, what I was trying to say, it's likely not going to last very long, and it's likely not going to be very strong. Looks like we're hitting possibly some wind turbines or some sort of ground clutter out here, returning a lot of energy to the radar. Now I'm curious. What's going on in Granite Canyon that we're getting that much energy returned to the radar beam or the radar unit? I don't think it's the mountains. Oh, come on. Load. Load. Feed my curiosity. I have no idea. Maybe it is just the mountains. Strange. Anyway, this tornado warning was just shrunken down, but it has been maintained. And it looks like it's trying to wrap up again. So we could definitely see a brief tornado spawned out of here as this thing heads right for Cheyenne. One of my buddies just got a job. That's fantastic to see. Always love to get news like that. Why is my radar still disabled here? Sorry about that. Coming out of Cheyenne, or coming into Cheyenne, coming out of Federal towards Cheyenne, could see some small hail associated with this storm, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as a possible tornado right around here. If we did have one, it would possibly be ahead of that shelf. We could be seeing some not so shabby hail getting tossed up into here as well. So potentially, medium-sized hail. Okie dokie. Now, it looks like this thing is really trying to notch up. However, that rotation has definitely dissipated a lot from what we saw in the previous scan anyway. And the NROT would tend to agree with that. You can see this greens over here going bye-bye. So possibly a lowering tornado threat now coming out of Federal and headed towards Cheyenne, but we are getting that notching, that S shape really ingested into there. So not out of the woods yet. We are down to 4 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them's on that line of storms that we were just looking at in Cheyenne. throughout Wyoming. And then this one, this pair out here in Texas and Oklahoma, right along the border. These ones are going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds plus some larger hail. Especially the storm near Gageby could be producing some tennis ball sized hail. And then we have one more considerable severe thunderstorm warning south of Pueblo with this storm that we did look at a while ago. And this one's just tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to golf ball sized hail. So still some pretty strong hail there. Most certainly possible. And we still have a little bit of rotation going on here. Nothing crazy coming out of Federal and coming into Cheyenne. And this is also beginning to produce a little bit of hail. This little cell over here could be some subtle foreshadowing. Excuse me, sorry. This cell over here, this could be a little bit of subtle foreshadowing. This could be the little engine that could, if this cell can get going and convect freely, we can break through the LFC. We could easily see that one take advantage of a very favorable environment that is out ahead of it. So if that little thing could really get itself going and maintain towards the east, it could really get going and potentially put down a strong tornado, as the environment out there is quite favorable. So that is one to watch. Although it does not really look to me like it is convecting freely at all. We can look at the composite reflectivity here. Yeah, it doesn't really look like it's being able to convect very well. So all right, looking back towards Cheyenne out in Laramie County. It looks like this tornado threat is really starting to fall off a little bit here. And we're definitely getting into more of a wind threat. Definitely the possibility for some hail in here, though. I love being this close to the radar. We have such good high resolution data coming into the radar here. As we've definitely got at least some hail coming out of this thing. It's probably not anything crazy. Possibly up to $50 sized hail. Yeah, we have one tornado warning out here for Laramie County, Wyoming, headed towards Cheyenne. And that rotation is looking to weaken. And then we have four considerable severe thunderstorm warnings through Texas, Oklahoma. This giant one up here for the windbag in Wyoming, plus the cell that looks to be weakening out in Colorado. West of Woodward. Okie dokie. Hmm. Hmm. Possibly some rotation just north of Arnett and south of Gage. Trying to get ingested here. As it looks like, I'm going to pull some more frames back here. We could be seeing a new tornado risk in near Arnett here. As yeah, we had a new updraft get going near Shattuck and recycle itself, and now looks like it's trying to draw some pretty good inflow here. Unfortunately, we're in a radar hole, so this is very mid-level what we're looking at. I mean, we're upwards of 10,000 feet. All right, let's go back to the Laramie, Wyoming tornado warning for at least a brief moment here. These winds are still looking quite vicious with this guy. As we are getting now too close to the radar. So we're getting radar interference, and we are kind of within the cone of uncertainty here, unfortunately. So yeah, not really a way to get a good read on this storm anymore. It is still notching though. So definitely possible that we see a tornado. Oh, okay. And the latest scan, still can't get a lot of value from that scan, but it is still possible that we get a tornado in this area headed towards Cheyenne. Also some hail as well, possibly some large hail getting into the mix. Unfortunately, we're basically too close to the radar. We can't even see the top of the updraft anymore. But definitely some large amounts of energy getting returned to the radar beam or the radar unit. All right, we're gonna go back to western Oklahoma here near Arnett and check in on this as it has broadened out over the last couple of scans. It is still pretty strong. It's just broadened out. And again, we're looking at 10 to 11,000 feet here. So nothing that I would be thinking, man, that's definitely going to be a storm that needs to be tornado warned. But erring on the side of caution wouldn't be the worst idea ever. They did tag the storm's tornado possible with the severe thunderstorm warning, though. Near Gageby, still a little bit of rotation going. Nothing that concerns me there. This one is not tornado possible tagged, and I don't think it needs to be. Our Laramie County, Wyoming tornado warning was just lifted, so we don't have any tornado warnings on the map again. But I don't know how long that is going to last, as we could see this storm down here near Arnett try to get something going. Now, it has broadened out a little bit. And again, we're looking really high in the air. We're looking at 11,000 feet in the air, unfortunately. This is literally like the dead center of this radar hole, by the way, is where we're at. So for context, here's where all of our radars are. Up here, here, down here, and down here. So we are literally in the dead center of a radar hole right now, like dead center. So we just don't have a very good picture on this storm. And it looks like this, okay. So this little piece of nothingness here, some cumulus that was trying to bubble up, not looking like it's going to do anything for us, which is good. As it looks like, yeah, it's about to completely fall apart. It does appear. So we may actually escape the night here without much in terms of tornadoes. We had one confirmed tornado so far. it doesn't seem like really anything wants to fire off and get going and take advantage of the environment that is in place near the Kansas and Oklahoma border. Because again, if a storm can get going in this environment, it'll take advantage of it for sure. It's a very favorable environment. But it's not really looking like we're going to get much of any convection ahead of our MCV, which is out here. All model guidance was showing convection by now, and we're not getting any of that. So at least not yet. Again, there's still about 2 hours left in this time frame here where we could most certainly get some things going, as we did just get an tornado warning for Ellis County, Oklahoma. So that is the storm we were just looking at near Arnett. The National Weather Service has gone ahead and warned that. Again, we are in the middle of a tornado, or a radar hole right now. And this is radar indicated rotation. Yeah, we have some pretty extreme inflow coming into this storm up here. That's what we're looking at, sort of. It's a really, really poorly drawn sketch. Pretty much what we're looking at is an area of rotation right over Arnett. To make that a lot easier to look at. Right over Arnett right now. So hopefully we don't get a tornado with this. I'm sure there's tons of weather spotters out there. Yeah, they're flocking to it like mosquitoes. There's tons of them. I mean, there's literally so many people out there. Yeah, at the top of your screen, you are seeing that tornado warning pop up now. Again, that's for Ellis County, Oklahoma. So yeah, we're definitely going to stay with this one. Again, this is our only tornado warning on the map right now. It's for Ellis County, Oklahoma. We're also seeing 3 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them's part of this same cell. Another one is just to the southwest on the Texas side of the border. And then the other one is the windbag up in Wyoming. So a large cluster of thunderstorms here right now. Not a whole lot we can do besides sit here and wait patiently. Adrian is telling me that models are still looking a little bit bullish on South Kansas. So the potential for a couple of cells to fire off in this type of region and take advantage of that environment. We can see just under 10,000 feet here. So, but again, this is still not looking, this is not highly resolved, is what I should say. We can't get a good picture on the storm as we are in the middle of a radar hole. That's just, unfortunately, the reality of where we're at. So yeah, 3 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 along this cluster of thunderstorms in Texas and Oklahoma, and then 1 for the windbag up in Wyoming. So that's going to be for Albany, Goshen, Laramie, and Platte counties in Wyoming. And then we have the tornado warning down here in Ellis County, Oklahoma, and that is basically an area of rotation centered right over Arnett. Oh, my neck's killing me. I am slightly scrolling Twitter in the background, and I'm seeing in Michigan an unbelievable amount of hail from like an hour ago, which is pretty crazy. Seeing that from Michigan Storm Chasers. I can go ahead and post that link in the chat, and I will do it because why not? There's that link in the chat. Wow. Yep. All sorts of hail up there in Michigan. Definitely not something I was particularly anticipating today. None of it was giant hail or anything like that, but still some hail nonetheless. I don't know if you guys can hear those little dog footsteps running around above me, but it sounds so funny to me. We do have a little cell firing off southwest of Dodge City. Thank you. That could do something potentially if it can. I mean, it's got a long ways to go to take advantage of that environment, but that could be something to watch. The environment is most favorable again over here in this type of region. So we'll see what happens. My food has arrived for the nights, and it's a pizza. So I'm I'm a little low on space. That'll help. I have a plate. Give me just a minute to get myself situated to be able to enjoy some wonderful food this evening. Hello, Taylor. I see you in the chat. Help Weather. I see you in the chat too. How you doing tonight? Says lots of precipitation or hail moving into Cheyenne. Yep. And there was a tornado warning there not long ago that we were looking at. I am going to focus back in on the Arnett cell for the time being. We'll just continue to watch those velocities as I get my food situation sorted out. So bear with me. Bear with me for just a minute here. All right. I'm just about done putting Parmesan on my pizza. Don't worry. All right, perfect. Let me grab myself some pizza to actually eat. All right. That was a lot of work. Scott in the chat saying, is that an off-camera Dewey's moment? It's actually not. It's from a place called Big Chief in Wildwood, Missouri. Not far from where we went to Dewey's. Not far at all. But yeah, got a little thin crust pizza action here. It's a I don't remember what all's on it. It's like peppers and chicken and something else. I don't remember what's on it. It's got some good crunch on it. I gotta channel my inner Dave Portnoy here. Seeing a possible photo out of our net right now. Seeing a little shelf cloud and a lot of aquamarines getting mixed into there. It looks like our rotation near our net has weakened a little bit. Yeah, it's most certainly weakened at all levels. I don't know if they're going to maintain this tornado warning with that rotation weakening at the upper levels. So the way I said aquamarine, what'd I say? Oh. Honestly, the more intriguing storm on the map here is the one from Gageby from earlier, which looks like it's trying to recycle and get its act together. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with that one for sure. It was the way I said the Q and U I emphasized. Aquamarines. I don't know. I don't even remember what I said. I'm going to check in on that storm. That was the west of Dodge City here. Give me some more frames. Okay, so this thing's building pretty quickly here. In about a half hour. In about a half hour, we're getting close to the tropopause. So this one has built pretty quickly. That is definitely one to watch. It's got a long ways to go before it'd be in the best position. They did just issue another giant, considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in western Oklahoma here. Same storm we've been on, just a different polygon. The storm has a long ways to go. The more favorable environment is pretty far off to its east. So we will continue to watch that and see how it progresses. And by the way, our considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in Wyoming for the wind bag has been lifted. So it is now just a normal severe thunderstorm warning for Albany and Laramie counties in Wyoming. This is a good pizza. I feel so goofy just sitting here eating food. I gotta eat though. Okay. They have gone ahead and lifted our tornado warning in our net. Like I talked about a minute ago, that rotation was broadening out pretty rapidly. I really am keeping a close eye on this storm out here west of Dodge City. And I am watching very closely for anything that can fire off really like right in here. I mean, that's prime time right there. So if we can get anything to fire off in there, that's where we are going to see the greatest risk for that isolated strong tornado that we've been a little bit worried about. We got Cruz Haynes in the chat saying hello, first time in a stream. Welcome. Good to see you. You should come around more often. Help Weather saying, I think the one over Ulysses west of Dodge City is severe. Yeah, it probably will be soon. Those DBZ values are getting high and those echotops are building pretty quick. It's not getting quite as monstrous into the air as it seemed like it was earlier. We can take a little volumetric look at it, and it's definitely building. Yeah, it is most certainly building, so we could see it get severe warned soon. Not really a significant wind threat going on there. And not really a huge hail threat yet either, so they may wait a little bit longer. Give it another scan or two. Well, Cruz, thank you for being here, my friend. I just hate that this cluster has just been trying to sit right in this radar hole. Okay, now here near Allison, this is probably going to get tornado warned. As we are looking at around 8,000 feet. So it's not, that low in the atmosphere that we're looking at. But this is probably going to be tornado warned, I would say, near Allison here. As it's going to continue right across the border into Oklahoma towards Raiden and Dempsey. All right, that tornado warning is there. I missed that. That was the chime that I just heard, and I was too busy clicking my keys talking about the environment with Adrian here to make sure we've always got a good understanding on what's going on. But out in Allison, we do have a tornado warning now. So this one's going to be for Hemphill and Wheeler counties out in Texas. It's also going to most likely cross the border into Oklahoma in the not so terribly distant future. Woo! This storm near Allison definitely looks very threatening. So if you're in this polygon, you got to be taking this one seriously. If you're in the town of Allison, or really anywhere in Hemphill or Wheeler counties that is within this warning polygon here. So this is just northeast of Wheeler itself, just east of Briscoe and Gageby. You got to be taking this one seriously if you're in that area. We did just get an upgrade back to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Wyoming. I'll show that really quickly. That is just, again, for the wind threat. Just a giant wind bag continuing to push through here. And for good reason. I mean, we're getting some low-level winds of 70 plus being shown on radar, so potentially with gusts up to 80. So this polygon down here will probably get upgraded as well. So we'll watch for that to potentially happen. Back in Texas, though, we do have a tornado warning in place for a storm that looks pretty concerning, pretty threatening out here. I needed this meal, man. Wow. Man. Yeah. There's one near Allison, man. Again, I know we're looking at around 8,000 feet in the air, but this is definitely a concerning supercell here. It would not surprise me to see this type of cell put down a tornado. I will say the most recent scan definitely just weakened a little bit. So we could be downtrending, which would be good. PDS bite of pizza. I wanted to, well, you know what, let's do this. Yeah, downtrending just a tiny bit out here, just south of Allison. But I want to go ahead and show off the area of primary concern right here. And there's a good reason that this is the region outlined from the Storm Prediction Center. Now we're seeing that cluster of thunderstorms in this area right now. Or perhaps maybe a better circle would be more like this. But that is going to continue to propagate off in this direction towards the Ozarks. And as it does, we could see some smaller cells, some supercells fire off ahead of it. And those would be able to take advantage of this environment. But I'm becoming increasingly less confident in development out in this area where I've put the 1. I'll just draw 1 there. The circle with the 1 in it, I'm becoming increasingly less confident about development in that area. But anything that can fire off really just along the border here is going to be very concerning. The tornado threat will definitely ramp up with any of those. Probably not much of a nighttime threat. I'm expecting things to be much more congested by the time we get to nighttime. Not very much of a discrete storm mode. We did get a warning out here southwest of Dodge City. It is tagged for quarter-sized hail. So no real wind threat here. I'm not really seeing any kind of rotation yet either, but it's a very young supercell. Southwest of Amarillo, we do have another wind-producing event with up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Also up to 1-inch hail. All right. Still looking at this rotation near Allison. Now, I will say our dual bolt products are experiencing a lot of radar interference here. I mean, you can see just all these giant blue areas. This is all just radar interference. Taylor, what am I supposed to do? Not laugh? I will not be shackled to the prison that is a lack of laughter. All right, the latest scan has uptrended just a tiny bit, just south of Allison. So, yeah, this is definitely a type of the type of cell that could produce a tornado. So if you're in Hemphill or Wheeler counties, you need to be taking this seriously. You need to be in a basement or some sort of a storm shelter if you've got one. Interior-most room of a sturdy structure. Get in the bathtub, throw a mattress over your head, do whatever you got to do to put as many things between you and a tornado as possible. Mostly, Taylor, yeah. For the most part. I know, Taylor. It goes against everything that I am. All right, so again, this is definitely a threatening situation just south of the town of Allison in Texas, right near the Oklahoma border. So if you're out here in Hemphill or Wheeler counties, you need to be in a basement or some sort of a storm shelter as quick as you possibly can. Hello, Braden. You're not wrong with what you just said in the chat, Braden. And we'll never get one. Adrian said, let's make it Isaac. I don't know, bro. The memes that dude makes, ain't no way he could do PR or HR. Okay. Latest scan just south of Allison does show that rotation has broadened out just a little bit. Possibly a second notch just north of Wheeler, between Wheeler and Briscoe, where we may have another area of rotation developing. So we might see another tornado warning get slapped on for this. Just slightly to the west of our current tornado warning polygon. We're not really doing much moving here near Allison. We're going south very, very slowly. Taylor, what are we doing? What are we doing? All right. We could definitely see a second tornado warning put in place between Briscoe and Wheeler. So here's that couplet. And we could see a new warning get put in place, like maybe something around this shape. And our rotation near Allison did just tighten up on the latest scan. So at this point, we could easily have two different little areas of rotation. Just south of Allison and then just north of Wheeler. Off to the west of all of that, closer to Amarillo, we do have another cell firing off. It's probably got some hail going on. Yeah, pretty towering hail core here. You can see some of those silvers sneaking in at the bottom. Inside that magenta there. Caleb, I'm eating some pizza. Here, just give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna do what needs to be done because I'm a man of the people. I'm eating pizza. Bang. Here's a close-up shot. Braden, I gotta eat, man. Yeah, Caleb, you're a little late to the party, my friend. But if you do happen to be joining us right now and you are somewhere within Hemphill or Wheeler counties in Texas, definitely make sure that you're getting to a basement or some sort of a storm shelter as quickly as possible, because it's definitely tightening back up here near Allison. So we could easily see a tornado soon. It's possible that we have a second area of rotation just north of Wheeler, between Wheeler and Briscoe. So that's another possible area of rotation. Could see twins, in theory. The storm with the hail I was just talking about to the west that had that towering hail core has just been upgraded to up to tennis ball sized hail, which is now a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So a little zoom out. This is what we're looking at right now. Taylor, you are right, by the way. This is anticyclonic rotation on the secondary couplet. But if it, the weird thing about this is that it would be a right splitter in theory, because the storm is going south. So usually the left splitter will be your anticyclonic one. But in this case, it would be a right splitter, because this is a very, very bizarre mesoscale setup here. The radar beam is, we're around 8,000, 9,000 feet. Actually, well, with this storm, we're closer to 7,000. Or with this anticyclonic rotation, we're about 8,000 feet, or 7,000 feet. Braden, that is sick. How did you do that? That's wild. There is another area of rotation at the upper levels near Harmon. Let's check the closest radar. Yeah, it's very, very, very broad at the mid levels here, so not really anything too concerning. But it is there. It gave you a different result than the other one when you included Mississippi that time. Very interesting. Okay, so our anticyclonic rotation has definitely weakened. Hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah. Why am I no longer getting the... Was I not looking at the Amarillo radar before? Weird. Anyway. Our rotation near Allison is still very much there. Okay. So again, there's too much radar interference and we're in too much of a radar hole to have any way to confirm this tornado if there was one. But we could have a tornado just south of Allison in theory, and potentially a satellite anticyclonic tornado. So a tornado that's spinning clockwise, basically, spinning backwards from the way tornadoes typically spin. And yeah, that one would be that one would be between Briscoe and Wheeler. So potentially two different little areas of rotation, the primary south of Allison and the secondary anticyclonic between Briscoe and Wheeler. And we're out here in Hemphill and Wheeler counties in Texas. I don't know why, but for some reason today, it doesn't matter what state we've been in. We were covering a tornado warning in Ohio earlier, and it doesn't matter what state we're in. I want to call every single state Colorado for some reason. All roads must somehow lead to Colorado. I don't know why that keeps happening, but I keep stumbling on my states because I try to call every single state Colorado. It looks like the satellite might actually just get ingested straight up into the main area of rotation. So that's something to watch. So we'll definitely stay vigilant in terms of looking at that. I'm going to check in on our storm southwest of Dodge City here, which is still severe thunderstorm warned. It doesn't look like it's building like crazy. In fact, it is weakening now. So perhaps our storm mode tonight is really starting to fall apart a little bit. We will stay with things until about 9 p.m. I mean, anything that has tried to get going, all these tiny little pockets of precipitation that have tried to get going in southern Kansas have just completely fallen apart. And we're not really seeing anything in northern Oklahoma that's been firing off. And that's where the favorable environment is. So if we want tornadoes, we need a storm to fire off there. Of course, we never want tornadoes. We want people to stay safe. But that is just our current reality right now. As you can see, NROT values, this is an algorithm, some algebra essentially here, showing some higher values there for our rotating couplet. No surprise when you look at the velocities. But again, we are looking at 8,500 feet in the air. Seeing there was a 93 mile per hour wind gust reported a bit east of Arnett, Oklahoma, about 30 minutes ago. That is a very significant wind gust. And that was with the formerly tornado warned storm that has kind of fallen apart a little bit since then. All right. Still out here in Hemphill and Wheeler counties with that rotating couplet south of Allison, which has weakened on the latest scan. So hopefully it'll continue to downtrend. That potential satellite has kind of been engulfed into the main rotation now. The concept of my microphone picking up every bite of pizza is frying me. Okay. I am done eating for the moment. I just constantly be getting crumbs on my mouse pad now. Apparently, the report says it was a confirmed wind gust by anemometer at 93 miles per hour. It was a delayed report measured at Highway 60 and North-South 189 Road. Okay. Now, I will say south of our storm near Allison, we are getting some very rapidly growing convection that's just being sucked right into the storm. This is interesting. So you can watch this happen. You can see the cell near Shamrock trying to move off to the northeast, but it quickly is just going to turn to its left and get sucked right into the inflow of the storm near Wheeler as we watch here. And that's what's happening now. Okay. I am reborn now that there is food in my system. So we are looking at all three considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and our only tornado warning on the map right now. Our severe thunderstorm or our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings are in these locations, and then the T is where our tornado warning is. The storm near Laketon or Mobeetie does have some very broad and not very strong rotation at around 5,000 feet. But it's something that we can continue to check in on here and there. Our tornado warning has just been shrunken down to just Wheeler County now. So Allison is no longer included in the warning. We are just south of Allison. Kind of between Sweetwater and Wheeler on either side of the border of Texas and Oklahoma there. Oh. Our cell to the southwest of Dodge City is still weakening. It may survive, and we have a new one that's firing off just to its west. If they combine, that could definitely help it. But again, it's got a lot of ground to cover and not a lot of time to do it before the environment starts to fade out. I mean, it needs to go a good 100 miles to the east, which it's probably not going to do in time. Which is good, obviously. That is what we want to see. I think this tornado warning near Wheeler and Sweetwater for Wheeler County, Texas, is probably going to be allowed to expire naturally in its 8 minutes. It's not moving very quickly. It's not looking super concerning either, at least for the time being. All right. This one considerable severe thunderstorm warning down here near Dimmitt has been lowered to just a normal severe thunderstorm warning. So our entire area of greater concern is now completely tied down here to the Oklahoma-Texas border, at least for the time being. Some very broad mid-level rotation near Leedy. If it continues to uptrend, we could potentially see this become a tornadic storm, but I'm not convinced at all of that one being tornadic. We are looking at 8,000 plus feet in the air, and it's still pretty broad out there. So, and our inflow has been fully occluded now for the storm south of Allison. We still have a little bit of rotation that is present there, but I'm not expecting this to produce a tornado, though it may. So if you are in that polygon, you still need to be making sure that you're staying in a storm shelter until this one passes. The cell just to its west, near Laketon and Mobeetie, could also pose the risk for some hail and whatnot as well. They did just issue another downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning for our tornado warned storm. That one's tagged with 70-mile-per-hour wind and golf ball sized hail. Okay. Okie dokie. So, there is still a little bit of rotation just near Sweetwater, just west of, like literally on the border of Oklahoma and Texas, where it's possible we could see something get going. Yeah. It really is beginning to look like today's event will be kind of a bust, which would be fantastic news. Now, we did have one tornado occur near Beaver, but I'm definitely beginning to lean towards the idea that we may not really see any discrete convection fire off at all and take advantage of a very favorable environment. I mean, there's no denying that the environment's quite favorable here, especially in the southernmost portions of Kansas and the northernmost portions of Oklahoma. But if no storms are able to fire off convectively or freely convect and take advantage of that environment, then it don't matter. You could have the best environment in the world, and if you don't have a storm there, obviously nothing will happen. So that is potentially good news. Bad news in terms of my forecast kind of busting there, but good news in terms of people not getting hurt. As this rotation is really more or less occluded here. There's still maybe a little bit you could suggest, but it doesn't convince me at all. This thing looks like it's trying to become outflow dominant, potentially. We did just get a new downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma here, and this is going to be tagged for wind, as this is a 70-mile-per-hour wind producer here at this point. So this one is going to be rolling through Custer, Dewey, Ellis, Roger Mills, Beckham, and Woodward counties in Oklahoma. Those are all the ones that are under these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for these 3 different polygons out here. Still in Texas, we have Hemphill and Wheeler counties and a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for that cell just to the west of our tornado warned cell. And that one's going to be mostly for hail, I believe. Also 70-mile-per-hour winds. So 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds on that guy. It's not moving anywhere quick, so it can kind of park right over top of you, dump all sorts of rain, and cause problems. So those types of cells can definitely be concerning. Whoa, did not mean to do that. And it looks like our tornado warning for Wheeler County, Texas has just been updated again, potentially being lifted. So we'll see in a second here. It does only have a minute left. So it will naturally expire in just okay, and there it goes. It's gone. So we have no tornado warnings on the map, which is good news. No tornado warnings on the map. We do have about an hour or so left in what I believe to be the most favorable period for tornadic development. But if it looks like nothing's going to get going within about a half hour here, we may go ahead and call the broadcast. We probably wait maybe about 45 minutes. We probably wait until 8:30 Central Time to make that decision. So stick with us here for about 45 minutes or so, potentially longer, depending on if anything happens in terms of our tornado risk. Now, let's not forget there is still a significant wind risk that is ongoing throughout western Oklahoma. So a very, very significant wind risk, plus the possibility for some isolated large hail as well. What is this business out here? South of Pueblo. This looks like a monster hail core. It's getting those silver targets like, I mean, almost 20,000 feet in the air. That looks like it could be a very impressive hail core. Man. So that's something to watch potentially for some large hail. It's tagged with just a normal severe thunderstorm warning right now. It may get upgraded. We will see on that. Southwest of Dodge City, we still have those two cells that are completely falling apart now. And we are getting a little bit of convection just north of Wichita. Now, I will say the environment up there is not even remotely as favorable, so I'm not expecting any kind of major severe threat up there, but maybe some isolated severe thunderstorms capable of some medium size, like, severe threshold hail, and a wind risk as well. Yeah, we do have quite the number of considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygons for this cluster of storms developing right near the Texas and Oklahoma border here. And in fact, this is all of our considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygons on the map, which is 5 of them. Most of this is going to be a wind threat, especially up north where it's tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds. But a little further south along this line, we have various areas where we could definitely see up to 2-inch hail. Okay. Yeah, Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything that sticks out to me in the name of any type of rotation trying to get going here. But again, we are going to stay with things and just keep rolling for another 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes, as the severe weather risk for tornadoes could definitely ramp up a little bit. It's definitely concerning in terms of seeing severe weather that these cells out to the southwest are just completely collapsing when they fire off. That definitely makes me think that we're just not going to be able to see anything at all get fired off, especially because sunset is approaching soon, and we're definitely not going to see any more mixing occur to mix out the cap. So out here in our area where we have the conditional, or the favorable conditions, I should say, I just don't think that we're going to get any convection to fire off and take advantage of the resources that are out there. Help Weather in the chat saying there's some rotation beginning near Mobeetie. There's been a little bit of rotation there a couple of times with this storm. It's just been kind of covered up by this bright banding going on. Although I will say it is definitely amplified over the last couple of minutes. So a little bit of rotation near Mobeetie, but again, this cell is about to smash right into the other cell near Wheeler. So if we get a tornado threat, it's not going to last long, as things are just going to get really messy throughout here pretty quickly. But we are going to continue to stay with it. Okie dokie. Near Sweetwater, we are still looking at definitely a wind threat, and especially further up north, man, near like Leadley, that wind threat is most certainly there. And they have tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Help Weather saying, I'm not ready for the heat wave next week. Yeah, I know. The weather will calm down, which, to be honest with you, will be nice for me to for things to be a little more tame and not having to get up at 5 in the morning to produce these videos every single like morning. Basically, it's been it's only been like 2 weeks since launch. Part of the reason we waited till June to launch was so that it would be a slightly less active time, so that we could ease into things, and that didn't happen. We had a lot of June sanity here. I mean, just for context, I can go ahead and pull a couple numbers really quick. Very simple numbers. In terms of videos since launch, we've uploaded 11 videos. 11 videos in like 15 days. So yeah, there's that. 16 days, I guess. Like 11 videos in 16 days, and then we've also had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 broadcasts in that time as well. So that was not really the expectation. I'm not complaining at all. It's fun, but it will be nice to try and enjoy that slow growth a little bit at first while we get our bearings set and continue to work on improvements every week. Because one of the biggest obstacles that we've had so far has been not having enough time to work on our other projects to improve the brand, because we're just cranking out forecast videos and broadcasting every night, so we don't have any time to work on storm chase documentaries that we have in the works, and things like improving our overlays and improving some of our graphics or whatever it may be. We just haven't had time to work on that stuff. So that is, just one of those things. Adrian is saying the new SPC outlook just dropped. Okay, let's take a look at it. They have gone ahead and shrunken down that enhanced 3 out of 5 risk significantly. The tornado risk has also been pretty much entirely mitigated here, which is the right decision in my opinion. Again, I don't think anything's going to fire off really, especially not in Kansas. I think they could have, I assume that this area is mostly with the cluster of thunderstorms going into the later evening hours, with the very slight potential for an embedded tornado. But in general, I'm not really expecting much of anything to go crazy here, but we are going to stay at least for a couple more minutes and see if anything starts to fire off. And let's see what they wrote on the update. A week. Okay. Okay. They're saying further intensification still seems feasible. Yeah. So all of that to say, basically things didn't pan out exactly how we were expecting. We didn't get exactly the convection that we were expecting. We didn't see things. We didn't see the cap mix out as much as we were expecting. So while the environment is absolutely very favorable here for widespread severe weather, we're really only getting storms surrounding this MCV, which was forecast, but we are really just getting the severe weather on the leading edge of this MCV where we have that cluster of thunderstorms. And that's really where our risk is entirely going to be maintained within. So we're going to continue to monitor this for a few more minutes, and then we will probably consider ending the broadcast for the evening, as it's been a heck of a grind lately. And a couple extra hours of rest would be greatly appreciated. Plus, I don't want to be on air and come off as misleading with like I'm on air saying, maybe tornadoes are possible when the threat is really just decreasing. I mean, I just saw a headline from another broadcaster that was like, said something about the tornado potential is increasing dramatically right now or something like that. And that's the header of their live stream. And I'm like, dude, come on. Like, it's just so misleading. It's just bad for the community. It's bad. But I don't want to be live and contribute to that kind of thing if there isn't really a risk. Obviously, it is worth going live for widespread wind damage risks sometimes, and that is what we will have tonight, but it's not quite as widespread as I would want to like do an entire live stream behind it. This is a heck of a hail core, by the way. Out here just west of Kenton. We are just south of the border in Colorado, and we are in New Mexico here. And yeah, that is one heck of a hail core out there. This is a considerable tagged for 2-inch hail. So larger than golf ball, or just about golf ball size hail. Which can do some significant damage, as it does look like we might be getting a little rotation going near Mayfield and Eric, Oklahoma. So that's definitely something to watch. So we'll stay with things for at least a little bit longer here. We've only been live for about 3.5 hours. If we ended it right now, it would in fact be the shortest broadcast we've ever done. Part of that, really a large part of that, is because I wasn't able to start broadcasting as soon as I wanted because I was picking up my new license plates. As it looks like the earliest or the shortest broadcast we've ever had. Actually, no. Okay. We had one that was 3 hours and 20 minutes and another one that was 3 hours and 45 minutes. That was our second and third ever broadcasts. So it wouldn't be the shortest ever. You know what? Let's go ahead. I don't know if the Storm Prediction Center updated their outlook for tomorrow as well. I don't think they did. This was, no, this was not updated. They're not going to update this again until 1 in the morning, if I remember correctly. That should be what it is. But yeah, we are looking at a tornado threat tomorrow in southern Illinois, as well as southwestern Indiana. I might go out and storm chase it. We'll see. But we're not going to be going live or putting out a forecast video tomorrow, unfortunately. And then out for the day 3 outlook. Yeah. It is kind of looking like Monday is going to be our final day of severe weather for a little while, potentially, with things possibly calming down and us getting into that ridge of death where we just get those massive heat waves because of a high pressure system just parking itself over the central United States. So that is going to be something to watch as well. Yeah, none of this is just looking like it's really going to get anything going here. Yeah, I know. You know, the crazy thing about Illinois, man, a lot of people seem like really surprised that Illinois had the most tornadoes this year. And it is surprising, don't get me wrong, but it's not that unusual. This has happened before. I mean, this is not some, El Nino is dooming us all type of thing. I mean, this stuff happens every now and again. They're anomalous events for a reason because they are not the average, but that doesn't mean that they are automatically attributed to some sort of generational life-changing change in our climate or our weather. That's all a bunch of propaganda thrown at you. We still do have quite strong winds coming out of this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, stretching all the way from Hammond and then up through Taloga. So possibly up to 60 to maybe 70 mile per hour winds. It is still tagged for 70 mile per hour winds. It's just, unfortunately, it's in a radar hole, so there's just really no good way to know exactly what the winds look like at the surface. But yeah, and again, we're just seeing no convection firing off where our really favorable region for tornadoes is. And that is expected to be the trend tonight with what the Storm Prediction Center has showed on their update. They're no longer forecasting really a major tornado risk in that area at all. And they've removed a lot of the tornado risk in that area because while the environment is absolutely favorable, they're not expecting any convection to fire off. So that is the humble world that we live within right now. And yeah, even the cell near Mayfield that tried to get something going, the second that it even tried to ingest a little bit of good inflow, it's getting more stuff firing off to its south, and it occluded its own inflow. So really just, I mean, nothing wants to get going here, which is, again, a good thing. We definitely do have some big hail with this storm just west of Kenton in the farthest northeast corner of New Mexico. As you can see this hail spike right here. So absolutely have quite the hail core going on there. It is tagged for 2-inch hail. Hello, Ben. And that considerable severe thunderstorm warning has just been downgraded to a regular one for 60 mile per hour winds now instead of 70. I have no idea what that warning even, or that emoji even is, Ben. Zeramis7 in the chat saying, "Hi, Will. Evan Freiberger sent me your way. Hoping to watch your channel succeed and grow. Keep up the great work." Well, thank you. Thank you for joining. I look forward to having you. I appreciate you investing in us early on as we are still a very young brand here. Things have been going very well. I'm very proud of the way things have been going. We have such an incredible team. Can't thank them enough. Lorian says, "Yay, my white noise is on. Good night." Well, Lorian, you're going to be sad to know that we're probably going to be ending the broadcast here soon. Also, is it not like 2 in the morning in Holland right now? It's 3 in the morning in Amsterdam. Why are you even awake? Help Weather saying, wondering if that cell over St. Paul, Kansas is severe. Okay, let's look. I actually don't know where St. Paul, Kansas is, by the way. So we're going to do some, probably this one. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see, is Springfield a little closer? Maybe. It actually looks like it has a little bit of rotation here near South Mound and St. Paul. It's definitely got a little bit of rotation going. Now, it's not very strong and it's at 6,000 feet, but it's there. Here in Portland, Oregon, I'm just happy to get some rain finally. Yeah, Portland, really the entire Pacific Northwest has not been as active as it sometimes is this time of year. Not a whole lot of precip, not really any types of storms. Of course, I don't get a lot of severe weather up there. It's mostly just rain, obviously. But, we did actually see that, well, it was up in eastern Washington, I believe. We saw some severe weather with some really beautiful structure up there. Not too terribly long ago. While I have a quick second here, I'm going to go ahead and check in on home. And nothing. Some rain showers. Oh, Lord. Zerum is saying my second storm chase was about a month ago and I had to drive 2 hours for a thunderstorm, but it was fun. Yeah, man. I mean, look, part of my favorite part anyway, one of my favorite parts, as it looks like we are getting some rotation going near Twitty and south of Wheeler, by the way. So we could definitely see a potential tornado warning thrown on this, as that morphology definitely looks pretty good. Near Mayfield, maybe a tiny bit as well, but I doubt that's going to get tornado warned. The legend Jake Reed in the chat saying we had over 2 inches of rain today in Brandon, Mississippi. All fell in about an hour. And Cruz saying I went storm chasing about 3 times and got a mean shelf cloud. Sounds about right. Yeah, Braden has echoed the idea that there's been a lot of rain out there in Brandon, Mississippi. As it's definitely possible that near Twitty we can get a tornado warning here. And quite honestly, if we do, that genuinely might be the last possible tornado warning of the evening with the way things are shaping out. So we're definitely going to stay with this. I'm going to give this one more scan here if we can get one to come in. So between Wheeler and Twitty, and this is out here in Wheeler County in Texas, we could be looking at a potential tornado warning getting dropped here soon. Not the craziest hail core and updraft in the world, but it's definitely there. And you can see some of those silvers getting into the mix. So it could be dropping up to maybe golf ball sized hail. We got a question saying which chasers are following the storms. There's plenty. None of our people are out there, but you can see a lot of names populating on the map here. A lot of folks are choosing to go home at this point, or hang out around the area where the most favorable conditions are, which is going to be up in this type of region. A lot of folks hanging out in that area, but probably not going to get anything, as it doesn't appear that convection is actually going to fire off tonight. And this rotation has really just spawned in near Twitty over the last 2 scans or so, about 5 minutes. Okay, 1 scan later out here in Twitty, between Twitty and Wheeler, definitely tightening up a little bit. I will say that inflow is just about to get choked off. And at that point, that, again, like I said, any type of risk that we get right now is going to be pretty short-lived in general. So this is kind of the time where if we were going to get a tornado, it would happen right about now. I'm not surprised the National Weather Service hasn't warned this, though, given that we are 7,000 feet in the air. And they may have eyes on this as well. It is only 8 p.m. about. It looks like a couple of folks, some spotter dots on the map, are headed out that direction. I bet there's a heck of a lightning show out there. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, a heck of a lightning show out there. I kind of wish I was out there for the lightning alone. I will say, man, tornadoes are fun to look at, but I'm a sucker for some good lightning. All right. It looks like they did go ahead via help weather in the chat here. It looks like they did go ahead and slap a warning on this St. Paul storm. It is tagged for just 1-inch hail is what they've tagged it for. I can go to Springfield radar to get a little bit of a better picture on this guy out here. Now, it does have a little bit of rotation going on, but nothing impressive at all that screams out at me like this should be tornado warned. Again, this is tagged for 60 mile per hour winds and just 1-inch hail. And on those velocities, you can see it's bringing in a little, well, okay, this is interesting, actually. Perhaps the surface winds here, or I don't know what level we're looking at. What are we at? We're at 6,000 feet, so never mind. That makes perfect sense. So yeah, it's probably bringing in some solid winds at the surface from pretty much the south or perhaps the southeast. I don't know how back to the winds are in this environment right this second, as the last time I saw some surface observations was quite a while ago. Again, out near Twitty. Okay, so my color palette just keeps changing on the Amarillo radar for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, well, that time it was because, okay, ignore me on that one. It happened earlier too, and it wasn't because I was toggled accidentally on base reflective or base velocity instead of storm relative. I don't know what was causing that earlier, but it was really tweaking me out. But this rotation here is definitely there, but it's not impressive enough being at the mid levels here at around 7,000 feet in the air where I would think it needs to be tornado warned. So good trigger discipline from the National Weather Service here, in my opinion. And it wouldn't bother me if they did tornado warn it, but it does look like it's got a little bit of an elevated hail core going on here. You see these silvers and grays, and honestly, a pretty solid chunk of silver and gray coming into the picture here within these magentas, all high up in the atmosphere. Again, we're looking at like 20,000 feet in the air. So possibly a pretty solid hail core This is tagged for 2-inch hail. So if we were getting 2-inch hail, it'd be right between Wheeler and Twitty right now. And again, this is out in Wheeler County, Texas. I'll zoom out a bit to show you where we're at, as this is the Oklahoma Panhandle up here. So this is what we're looking at in terms of our region. We do still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which this storm still does have a 3-body scatter spike over here. So definitely some large hail in there as well. It's tagged for 2-inch hail, just like our storm in Wheeler County is. Down in New Mexico, we also have a considerable severe thunder. Oh, that's the same one. Okay. Whoops. So yeah, that is Union County, New Mexico. Again, we are right at the like tri-state kind of border of the Oklahoma Panhandle, Texas, and Colorado right here. So the northeasternmost county in New Mexico. All right. Let's go ahead and go back. This has been upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm now. So let's jump back over here to Wheeler County. So this has been upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. 2-inch hail on there as well. And it is not tornado possible tagged. So National Weather Service not confident, similar to how I am not confident in this mid-level rotation here at about 7,000 to 7,500 feet. And again, in my opinion, for good reason. Considering they have gone ahead and upgraded that wind potential with this guy out here near Shamrock, Twitty, and Wheeler out in Wheeler County, let's go ahead and take an updated scan of that hail core again and see if we've got anything new. It looks, this is the same volumetric scan we just had a moment ago, I believe. It looks like it is just about the same, but regardless, this is still definitely one that could be dropping some damaging hail, potentially larger than golf ball sized hail. So if you're in Wheeler County, you definitely got to be paying close attention to this one. As you can see, these browns and grays sneaking into here. DBZ values getting up into around 72 or so. So pretty solid stuff up there. In the chat, Hope Weather actually talking about the same thing. 77 DBZs from the Frederick radar. Okay, let's try the Frederick radar. I'll trust you. Oh, I saw that. That was one scan ago right here. Yeah, getting up to 77 DBZs one scan ago on the Frederick radar. Let's take a volumetric scan from Frederick's point of view. You actually get a little bit of a better picture here on this hail core. And yeah, you can see those whites getting mixed in there within the brown and the gray right here in the middle. So this is most certainly a very powerful updraft, able to suspend some large hailstones up there. So definitely a concerning storm here. A little bit of broad rotation showing up near Eric and Mayfield, nothing very impressive. And also showing up on the Frederick radar is the same rotation I've been talking about. This is even a little bit higher. This couplet's a little tighter, but we are higher in the atmosphere. Nothing concerning in terms of putting down a tornado right this second, in my opinion. But this is just northeast of Twitty. And really, you know, with a tilted updraft, it's probably kind of near Twitty, potentially, is where the bottom of that mesocyclone would be, potentially near Shamrock. And by the bottom of the mesocyclone, I mean the base, essentially, the cloud deck. All right, let's take a quick check-in in our more favorable atmospheric conditions out here. And we still have literally no convection firing off. So again, it doesn't matter how perfect the environment is for tornadoes. It literally doesn't matter. If we don't have any convection that fires off, no storms are going to take advantage of that environment, and therefore nothing's going to happen in the name of tornadoes anyway. Back near Twitty, that rotation has weakened at the mid-levels even, so definitely not really any kind of a concerning threat. We're probably going to stay on here until about 8:30 Central, so for another maybe 10, maybe 15 minutes or so. And then we will probably call things off for the night. At that point, we will just about hit the 4-hour mark on tonight's broadcast. So not as long as a lot of our other broadcasts have been, but I think it was a good broadcast, and I am very happy that we didn't get the type of strong tornado potential realized. Like, none of that was actuated. The potential was absolutely there, but we just aren't seeing any storms taking advantage of that environment, and I'm very happy for that. A little bummed that my forecast wasn't perfect, though. I'm a bit of a perfectionist with my forecasts. As we are seeing the very top hat on this hail core up here, down near Kenton. And again, this is out in Union County, New Mexico. Storm that we've been looking at for a little while. Near Des Moines, New Mexico. Excuse me, another hail spike showing up here on radar. Plus some pretty high DBZ values here. So this is definitely another one that we need to pay attention to for the risk for some hail. As you can see, just barely the most faint grays being snuck into there. I mean, it's a pixel or two. It's right there. But yeah, this is the type that could definitely produce some large hail as well. Whoops. So we need to continue to monitor that one closely. And again, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning still in place for Wheeler County for areas like Wheeler, Shamrock, Twitty. What is this at the border? Texola. And yeah, you can almost see the secondary or the separation of these different storms here when you look at your echo tops, where you have your most dominant updrafts here, where you have those oranges coming in with potentially your overshooting tops. So that is yeah, pretty cool to see. I mean, you can distinctly see the different cells that we have out on the map here, looking at about 5 different cells in this general vicinity anyway. It is cool stuff to see. Now, we have had a considerable severe thunderstorm warning put back in place here, south of Sealing, all the way down through Arapahoe and through Clinton. And this is out here in Oklahoma. We are looking at Custer and Dewey counties here in Oklahoma, as well as Beckham and Roger Mills counties. That's going to be down here near Mayfield. So up here, we're tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and I can show you those velocities, what they look like. So we are looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds potentially busting through areas like Custer City, Thomas, Oakwood, Fay, Weatherford, Arapahoe, and eventually getting towards Bridgeport and Geary. Yeah, there are some. Let me pull some more frames here, so we can get a better look-see at this of what's going on north of Wichita. As all of these storms are just moving due east. That's essentially the issue here. None of these storms are going to be able to take advantage of the rich environment that is further south. The only ones that could maybe do it are some of these, but again, I think the environment's really more favorable just south of the border, kind of in this area. So we'll continue to monitor and see what happens here. Yeah. So still a little bit of rotation going on at the mid-levels here near Twitty. And this is around 8,000 feet from the Frederick radar. Oh. Excuse me. My goodness. Just about died. Make that twice. But yeah, at around 7,000 feet, or at least from the point of view of the Amarillo radar, that rotation is not really theirs. Man, excuse me. Thank you, Just Here 120. I appreciate that. Let's check from the Pueblo radar. Yeah, we still have a pair of hail spikes now, TBSSs, coming out of these storms here in Union County, New Mexico, as well as Colfax County, New Mexico. So both of these are producing some pretty large hail here. I'm surprised this one's not considerable tagged as well with up to 2-inch hail. I'm going to take a, we'll take a side by side of these two guys. Why not? Okay, maybe they're a little farther apart than I thought on the volumetric scan, but you can see these two updrafts here. They're both pretty similar. Both of them have those silvers getting into the mix. Whoa. Okay. we're gonna do this a little better. You can see the silvers getting into the mix here. Plenty of large targets being hit by the radar beam and returning large amounts of energy to the radar unit, which is what this presentation is that you can see here. And you'll notice that you're missing the majority of the storm. And again, that's just because this is in a little bit of a radar hole. So we can only see the top of this updraft. Same thing going on over here in Union County. And perhaps the Union County one looks even slightly less powerful than the one that's splitting the border of Colfax and Union counties out here in New Mexico. So definitely could see this get upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for areas like Des Moines and Grande out here in New Mexico. We still do have our destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 2-inch hail tagged out here for areas like Shamrock, Twitty, Wheeler, Texola, Benign. And it's eventually going to be headed towards Mayfield and Sweetwater and Eric. Now, keep in mind that one thing we will have for a lot of severe weather events in the future is having storm chasers out there whose live feeds we will have. We have signed about 5 storm chasers. None of them were out chasing today, or actually the last couple of broadcasts that we've had. But of course, we did have 3 different POVs, cameras that we could tap into during the June 17th outbreak that was just over a week ago. And there have been a couple of chase days since then where we've had some cameras as well. You can see there's definitely some atmospheric attenuation going on here with the radar beam kind of tilting horizontally and bending a little bit. I guess bending horizontally is maybe what I should be saying, not tilting. Bending horizontally as it moves away from the Amarillo radar, and some of that backscatter makes its way back to the radar unit eventually. So this data coming over here is probably from a previous radar pulse sent out from the radar, rather than the one that is showing that. It's kind of complicated to explain. We did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning added here. And this one is going to be, again, for Beckham, Greer, and Roger Mills counties out here in Oklahoma, for areas like Sweetwater, Grimes, Berlin, Elk City, Sayre, Carter, and Eric, as well as Texola, and what is that? Retrop, or Retrop. So this one's going to be tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball sized hail. And that should be the little ding you just heard in the notification at the top of your screen. That is what that should be. The previous considerable severe thunderstorm warning is going to be allowed to expire in 2 minutes here. And part of the reason for this is just that surface low is just kind of holding these storms here all around it. So unfortunately for these areas, they're just getting precipitation dumped on them. Zaram is saying, have you considered super chat donations or join/membership? Are there ways to contribute to your channel? So we do have merch, and we haven't unlocked super chats and things like that. Yeah, we need to hit 3,000 watch hours. So the number one thing that you can do to support right now is just simply tune in, like and comment, and share with your friends and family. That is the number one thing that can be done to help us out. Or if you want to buy merch, you're absolutely more than welcome to do that as well. But I'm never going to sit here and be like, you should buy merch. 20% of our merch proceeds do go to disaster relief associated with severe weather. So if you do buy some merch, a little bit of your money's going to a good cause. And the hope is that once we get things going and we have a little revenue driven here, eventually we'll get to a point where 100% of our merch proceeds will go to relief recovery efforts. Severe weather relief efforts plus recovery. Help Weather saying it's late June and we have winter storm watches for parts of the Rocky Mountains. You know what? That's not the most uncommon thing in the world, I will say, but it is, still a slightly unusual. But in those higher elevations, it don't care what season it is. Sometimes, anyway. Okay, so our destructive severe thunderstorm warning tags have all been downgraded to considerable tags now. So that happened just a moment ago. As it looks like these hail cores are definitely weakening associated with these. So we're down to ping pong ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds tagged on both of these considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygons. We did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygon for 70-mile-per-hour winds for these other storms up here, a little bit further towards Oklahoma City. They will eventually make their way towards Oklahoma City later this evening. But right now we're watching them right around here and continuing to push off to the southeast, or kind of the east-southeast, in that general direction. So definitely, if you're in Oklahoma City, before you go to bed tonight, definitely make sure that you're bringing inside any loose items and perhaps putting your vehicles in a position where a tree won't fall on them if some damaging winds knock down some trees. So, yeah, all sorts of things that you can do to prepare for severe weather that don't, require you being awake when it happens necessarily. It depends on the risk, of course. Bring inside loose items. You can tie them down. Put the cars in the garage. You can do whatever you got to do. All sorts of things that can help. I'm going to check in on what's going on here, getting towards the Ozarks. I haven't looked at this in a little while. There had been some broad rotation here the last time I looked, which, again, was a while ago. And it's still there. It's not impressive at all. We're looking at around 5,000 feet here. The cell near Moorhead could become potentially concerning. But again, we are kind of in a radar hole. Go figure. So that's where we live the last month or so. Everything's just been in a radar hole, man. It's been really frustrating. But yeah, near Moorhead in Cherryville, we could see potentially a severe thunderstorm warning get put in place there, as we are seeing some DBZ values returned in the 70s. So there's your hail core, and you can see that is a pretty strong updraft here. And you can see those silvers and grays getting quite high. So it would not shock me at all to see a severe thunderstorm warning slapped on there. There is also a little bit of broad rotation. It's not powerful, though. But it does look like this RFD is developing and trying to wrap up. So the rotation is there, and it's definitely something to watch. This could be a storm that tries to take advantage of this environment. It's about the closest. It's really the only storm that's been kind of in a good position to potentially take advantage of this environment out there so far, anyway. So we will definitely continue to monitor it. I don't like how I said monitor. Monitor. I just be making things up sometimes. And sometimes that's what you got to do. Yeah, out here near McCune, Cherokee, Beulah. Beulah kind of sounds like a New Yorker was trying to talk to Ferris Bueller. Ferris Bueller. It's like someone from the mob. Ferris Bueller. Anyway, that's a rabbit hole we don't need to get down. But just north of Cherryville or Sherryville, absolutely the concern for a little bit of rotation to develop. Norman, one of our storm chasers, Norman Smith in the chat. Phenomenal video he just released, by the way. Let's do a little Norman Smith cameo here. Give me a second. Look at this. Boom. Norman Smith right here. Only 29 likes on this video is a travesty, and only 241 views is a travesty. Everyone needs to be going to this video and... Uh-oh. Did my YouTube freeze? What's happened? There we go. Everyone needs to go to this video and like, comment, subscribe, show them some love. This is a really crazy video. I'll just very briefly skim through a couple of frames here. Look at this. This is the type of stuff that you get to see when you have guys like Norman that you follow. Norman does a phenomenal job. He's does such a great job storm chasing with us. We've only had him sign for a very brief time. But man, he's awesome to work with and really talented. So show him some love, man. Oh wait, let me pull that back up and I'm going to drop this link in the chat. Boom. Everyone click on that link, like, comment, subscribe. Show Norman some love, man. Show him some love. Out here back in Kansas, near McCune. And this is, by the way, for Cherokee, Crawford, Labette, and Neosho counties here in southeastern Kansas. Definitely ensure, or there is some, a little bit of rotation. We're not ensuring nothing. There is a little bit of potential rotation here near McCune. It's difficult to say. Now, they have just upgraded this to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now. So it is tagged for up to golf ball sized hail here. So that is going to be the #1 concern with this. It's also tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but our main concern is going to be that golf ball-sized hail. We are seeing a hail core continuing to develop between Moorhead and Cherryville, or Cherryville. I don't know which it is. I feel like it's Cherryville. So that's definitely a concerning one as well. And you can see it's taken on that kidney bean shape where it kind of wants to get going. Let's take a look here and see if we've got any type of a, yeah, so we have a weak echo region. We don't have a bounded weak echo region. But at the very least, we have a weak echo region where we have these heavier targets being suspended above nothingness down here, where I've scribbled in white in my really artistic drawing here. And so that is indicative of a strong updraft, often capable of producing hail. And if you get the bounded weak echo region where that RFD comes around, whoa, wait, did we just have it? What was I just looking at a second ago that I drew by accident? What was that? Ha! Okay, well, we kind of have a bounded weak echo region. So our RFD is established. So there's your rainbow. Boom. Looks like we've got that RFD established out here between Cherryville and Moorhead. So the potential for this one to get going if it can establish good, clean inflow and remain surface-based enough. I don't know what the LCL is like in this area right this second, though. Yeah, you can kind of see this thing wrap up a little bit. And we are getting a VROT that is not very impressive, only around 20 knots, which is fine. Taking a quick look back into Oklahoma. Definitely still have that wind threat with the northernmost portion, and then our considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Wheeler County has been shrunken down a lot in Texas here. And that is our last considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Texas for the time being. It has 7 minutes on it, so in 7 minutes, we probably won't get another tonight. I don't think anyway, it's possible, but I don't think so. We do still have some broad rotation going on near Eric, as this storm tries to establish some inflow, and it looks like it might be trying to get a little RFD action going here. It most certainly is. So we're definitely seeing the RFD starting to pull around the backside of the storm here and establish itself. It's got plenty of inflow. That much is for certain. So this is one that could produce a tornado threat as well. So we may not be done here just yet. And yeah, we did hit 600 subscribers today, by the way. Just here 120 saying, would you mind to do a forecast tomorrow for tomorrow before ending the live? Yeah, we could walk through a couple of things. I don't know if I have the rights to show weather front on broadcast. I know I can show it in my forecast videos. I know that they don't even have commercial licensing set up yet, and I'm also not monetized yet. So those two things considered, it should be fine for me to show some of those maps. So I can get to that in a minute. We do have a couple of possible areas of rotation developing, so I kind of want to stick with those. As we have the one near West Mineral and McCune in this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, as well as the one that could be developing between Cherryville and Moorhead. Again, this is all elevated stuff. We're 8,000 feet in the air over here in Cherryville, and we're 4,000 to 5,000 feet in the air near McCune, and none of that is tight enough at those upper elevated levels where I would assume the lower levels also may be tighter. As it definitely looks like we're trying to get a little RFD action here. So if this inflow can start to get occluded by the RFD, so I'll draw it out. So here's that RFD basically. The tighter this little pocket gets, which I'll go ahead and draw it in blue right here. The tighter this little pocket gets for the inflow air to push through, the faster those winds have to go, because again, the mass has to, it's like putting your thumb over a garden hose. The mass has to go somewhere. And so in order for that mass transport to continue to happen with, you know, the laws of physics, the winds have to speed up essentially. And as a result, the pressure drops too, which can deepen your tornadic potential there. So this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour winds, golf ball sized hail. Trained weather spotters at 8:25 p.m. recorded quarter-size hail. So that was 15 minutes ago. And this is not tornado possible tagged right now, though it wouldn't shock me to see that happen in the near future. I will go ahead and briefly show tomorrow's outlook and a little bit of what the threat is here. So one of the areas of concern is most certainly going to be throughout southern Illinois and southwestern Indiana. That's where a tornado risk is going to be as well. Different AI models like the like StormNet, for example, and NATOcast have been sniffing this out for a day or two now. And I was pretty surprised yesterday to see that it was maintained as just a marginal well, especially this morning. And they did go ahead and upgrade this this afternoon to a slight and added the more elevated 5% tornado risk. Now, I'm not expecting anything to be super strong if we get a tornado in that area, but it is definitely possible. It's not outside of the realm of possibility by any stretch. Wind and hail also possible for various areas in the country, especially back in the high plains, where some of those more elevated thunderstorms could take advantage of some cape up there and produce some hail. Guys like Matthew Capucci, who like to run around in hail helmets out there, would be having a field day potentially. But it's not really looking like a big hail day. It's not looking like any type of a big severe weather day. Just some possible tornadoes down here in southern Illinois and southern Indiana. Nothing crazy going on in terms of hail or wind or tornadoes really around the country. So that's where we're at so far for tomorrow. For Saturday, we are looking at a return to the northern plains as well as a mid-Atlantic risk going on there. So that's something that we will watch for Saturday. We'll probably be going live covering the northern plains where there could be an elevated tornado risk. So we'll continue watching that. Here's that categorical outlook, by the way. We're already up on the day 3 outlook to a slight 2 out of 5 risk for various areas in the mid-Atlantic and the northern plains. And that is going to shift in the northern plains anyway. It's going to shift just to the east, where on Sunday we're going to be seeing even clipping northwestern Minnesota. We'll be back in action again in the northern plains. And this is all just from the Storm Prediction Center. This is not my own analysis necessarily here. We did talk about this a little bit in my own analysis this morning, however, in our forecast video. And then going into Monday, this will probably really be our last severe weather day for a little while here, as we're probably going to get a big old ridge and heat wave for a large portion of the country, including the plains in the southeast. So, but Monday looks like it could be potentially a pretty big day up here in the northern Midwest for Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the UP of Michigan. So that is kind of where we're at right now. Hopefully that'll help provide a little bit of insight. We don't have any probabilities from the Storm Prediction Center for days 6, 7, or 8 at this point. But yeah, that's about where we're at. I don't know if I'm going to show any models right now, as I do kind of want to stick with what's currently going on, since we do have a handful of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings on the map, and we probably won't be broadcasting too terribly much longer. But hopefully that satisfied the itch for tomorrow, at least a little bit. Let me know if it didn't, and we'll see about working something out here. That rotation near West Mineral, still very broad, contaminated inflow, not looking concerning in terms of a tornado threat, definitely concerning in terms of a hail threat. Golf ball sized hail in there right now. Between Cherryville and Moorhead, not looking terribly concerning either. But it does have that kidney bean morphology. It's in a radar hole, so again, it's just so hard to tell with these. And then looking back into western Oklahoma, we do have this RFD occlusion process still trying to get underway here, as that RFD is continuing to get brought around the edge of the storm. So you'll see this very wide V here, where that's your inflow region, essentially. So the tighter that V can get is the more favorable we will be for tornadoes. Again, it's like pinching off putting your thumb over a garden hose, like I've said a couple of times now. It's the same concept there. So the tighter that window gets, the faster those winds have to move. It's kind of like a funnel, like this. In order to move all of these particles down here at the bottom of your screen that I'm spamming around in white, in order to move them down this tunnel here, you have to, keep moving them, right? But as it gets tighter, the only way for that mass to continue to exist and move and flow with that mass transport is for this to speed up. And when you get those winds speeding up, you do get pressure lowering a little bit there as well. So that can enhance the risk for tornadoes. So if we see that V begin to close off, we will definitely be looking at a more elevated tornado risk for this storm. Just here saying, honestly, I'm concerned about the tornado risk. Was just hoping strong tornadoes were off the table. It's a small thing because a tornado is still a tornado, but it helps if not strong. I completely agree. And yeah, I think a strong tornado is not fully off the table tomorrow, but it's definitely not in my expectations by any stretch. Whereas today, I was expecting the potential for at least 1 or 2 strong tornadoes. Now, I wasn't expecting them to necessarily happen. I was expecting the environment to be favorable. I didn't expect 0 storms to take advantage of that environment and even try. We did have 1 tornado earlier in the Oklahoma Panhandle, but that's literally all that we've had. So I didn't exactly expect that. The rest of everything was kind of expected, though. There was a lot of uncertainty surrounding today. And Adrian is telling me apparently that one of these Wichita cells is diving south. We do have possibly some rotation. Just some very weak broad rotation near Andale. Let's see what this is going to look like. A second here. Pull some more frames. That is one thing I wish was done automatically, was it would download a couple more frames for me, as it looks like we're having kind of like almost a strange Boeing segment coming out of the storm and just starting to launch itself towards the south here. So that's going to pose potentially a pretty big wind threat for Wichita. So that's definitely something to look out for. I'm not really worried about any kind of a tornado threat with this rotation right now, but it's possible that something develops. And we did just get a severe thunderstorm warning on the Cherryville storm, by the way. It's tagged for, what do we got? $half sized hail. Not really a wind producer there, which kind of makes sense. The velocities don't look insane in terms of being a hail producer here. Yeah, nothing crazy. At 7,500 feet, if the winds are pretty calm, generally they're probably going to be pretty calm at the surface too. It's not always true. It's kind of a gross generalization, but All right, I am definitely continuing to stay very intrigued with this supercell down here just west of Carter and south of Sayre in Oklahoma. So this is going to be down here in, what are we in? I don't know what county this is. Beckham or Greer, maybe. I believe this is Beckham and Greer counties down here. We did get another severe thunderstorm watch for Oklahoma until 4 a.m. So that's something we will continue to watch tonight. So yeah, I am so my tentative plan right this second is we're gonna stay with this supercell here near Carter and Sayre and Eric. And if it gets going, then we'll stay with it. And if it doesn't, we're gonna conclude the broadcast for the night. For a couple of reasons. One, I'm exhausted and it's been a heck of a grind the last couple of weeks. And especially even the last couple of days. Where it's just been really early mornings and late bedtimes. Not a lot of sleep. I'm running on about 4 to 5, maybe 6, sometimes 7 hours of sleep a night. Probably on average, we're sitting around 6, which is enough. That is enough to live on. But I would appreciate the extra hour tonight. Again, this is a pretty wide inflow region right now, but those velocities do look solid. And now keep in mind, when I say those velocities look solid, they look solid at 5,000 feet. So we are looking at a very tight couplet here with possibly a VROT around 60, which is very impressive. But it's at 5,000 feet. Let's check in on our considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in New Mexico for Union County. Really quickly, we'll take a peek-see at it. Still just looking at the very top of this hail core, which kind of looks funny. It just looks like a little top hat. And this one is still tagged for golf ball sized hail. We'll continue to monitor it. Okay, now out here near Eric, this is where things start to get a little interesting because that V has definitely tightened a little bit. And it's tightened a little bit. The thing is, like, the overarching inflow region has gotten wider, but where that rotation is happening, that inflow region has gotten tighter, as you can see on our velocities here. So definitely getting interesting and potentially spicy down here, south of Sayre, and near Eric, Willow, Brinkman, Reed, Vinson. We are out here in Oklahoma in Beckham and Greer counties. So we will continue to stay with this one for the time being, just in case anything crazy happens. All right. I am seeing that we got a post from Cruz Haynes, who was in here earlier, and I want to say I greatly appreciate that. That was very nice. Very, very nice of him. He's got a few hundred subscribers. He's at 700. We are only at 600, so he's killing it. Killing it in the game there. which is nice. So good on him. Cool. Just wanted to shout that out really quickly. The Tri-City Airport near Cherryville, Kansas reports 86-mile-per-hour winds. They're south of that storm. Are they not? So they would be sitting in 86-mile-per-hour. Okay, that was the RFD. They got smacked by the RFD. That's what happened there. Okay, I see. I was going to say, if that's the case, they might have just gotten smacked by 86-mile-per-hour inflow winds is where I thought they were originally. But no, they just got smacked by that RFD. So that makes sense. Yeah, that storm is definitely still concerning. It's not screaming at me. Concerning, though. All right, this rotation has weakened a little bit. Just a little bit. And you can see that inflow region has expanded out again. So it's a very wide inflow region here. Yeah, the rotation has most certainly weakened a bit. We're going to stay with it for another scanner too, and then we'll make a decision on what to do because it is getting pretty late and my brain is beginning to switch off a little bit here. The risk is definitely much more limited than was expected today, so. I'm gonna pull a few more frames back on this guy over here, and we'll try to go further back in time. Okay, that's as far back as they'll take us. It's okay. So that rotation is the same one we were talking about way back in Mayfield, believe it or not. And it worked its way out ahead of the storm. Whereas prior, it was kind of, oh, never mind. Okay, it has really always been there. But this storm originally came out of Texas. This has been quite the strange storm. It just absorbed this other cell, by the way. I mean, literally, this is crazy. It looks like a paper shredder. Watch this cell get ingested and then spat out the backside over here. Watch this. This is crazy. It completely ingests that cell and then spits it out the back over here near Canute. That's pretty insane. So this is a pretty powerful updraft going on here. Now, I will say that rotation is continuing to broaden out, and it doesn't really look like it's going to do anything. The environment is not that favorable here at all. So there's that. So yeah, that being said, I think we're probably going to go ahead and end things off for the night. Storm patterns or chaos is fascinating. I completely and utterly agree. It is, in fact, my life's work. Wichita is an interesting office. Yeah, I've heard some things. I know some people out in Kansas, man. Listen, as a diehard Missourian, there's two places I don't like. Kansas and Illinois. And really in Illinois, it's mostly just Chicago. I really don't mind Illinois. It's just Chicago. That's the problem. And Kansas City is another problem, a major problem. Those two cities, nope, not a fan. The general state of Kansas, I'm not a big fan of either. I will say, though, I enjoyed. being out there and chasing out there. It can be nice. Yeah, we are going to go ahead and end off the broadcast tonight with things dying down a little bit. Make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts tonight if you're in any of these risk areas in case an isolated threat does ramp back up. So yeah, that's about all I've got for you tonight. But thank you very much for tuning in tonight. And make sure that you're subscribed to us here on YouTube. Like, leave a comment, do whatever you got to do. Go watch some of our old forecasts. And if you haven't watched a forecast video from this morning, definitely do that as well, as that will incorporate tomorrow and even Saturday's risk into it as well. So it'll be useful for looking at tomorrow. You can go ahead and you can just skip to those portions where I talk about Friday, as well as even into Saturday. The question, will I be live tomorrow? Probably not. It is dependent on whether or not I'm hanging out with a couple of my friends. One of my friends is visiting in town from Latvia. Well, not visiting. He lives here, or used to live here, but he goes to school, university out in Latvia, and is only here for a couple of months of the year. So I'm probably going to be able to see him tomorrow, hopefully. If I'm not hanging out with them, and I'm also not storm chasing, then I will be live tomorrow night. But I'm not planning on a forecast or a broadcast tomorrow as of this moment. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and turn notifications on for the National Weather Service. And that way you can have multiple ways to receive alerts. Turn notifications on for me too, if you want to. But have a great night, everybody. Stay safe out there. We'll see you guys very soon.